Work Meeting. Space Force Political Department. Chung Wei-se stayed silent for a long while after opening the meeting, something he had never done before. He swept his eyes across the 2 rows of political officers at the conference table, then looked into the infinite distance while gently tapping his pencil on the tabletop, a light tapping that seemed to mark time for his thoughts. At last, he pulled himself out of his reverie. Comrades, by an order announced yesterday by the Central Military Commission, I am now serving as commander of the political department of the armed forces. I accepted the appointment 1 week ago, but only now that we are seated together do I feel conflicted. I have suddenly realized that in front of me is the most beleaguered group of people in the Space Force, and now I am one of your number. I didn't realize this before, and for this I apologize to you. He opened the document in front of him. This portion of the meeting will be off the record. Comrades, let us have a candid exchange of views. Let us be tri-Solarans for once and open our thoughts to each other. This is crucial for our future work. Chung Wei-se's gaze lingered on the face of each officer for a second or two, but they remained silent. Then he stood up and paced along the table behind the row of seated officers. Our duty is to build in our forces the faith that we will be victorious in the future war. So, do we have that faith ourselves? Please raise your hands if you do. Remember, we are speaking our minds. No one raised a hand. Nearly everyone was staring at the table. But Chung Wei-se noticed one man's gaze was fixed straight ahead. Zhang Beihai. He went on. Do you believe that victory is possible? By possible, I mean not an accidental few tenths of a %, but an actual, meaningful possibility. Zhang Beihai raised a hand. His was the only hand raised. First, let me thank all of you for your honesty, Chung Wei-se said, and then turned to Zhang Beihai. Excellent, Comrade Zhang. Tell us, on what do you base your confidence? Zhang Beihai stood up, but Chung Wei-se motioned for him to sit down. This is not a formal meeting, he said. It's just a heart-to-heart chat. Still standing at attention, Zhang Beihai said, Commander, I can't answer your question sufficiently in just a few words, because building faith is a long and complicated process. First of all, I'd like to make note of the mistaken thinking among the troops at the present time. We all know that prior to the Tri-Solar Crisis, we had been advocating for the examination of the future of war from scientific and rational perspectives, and a powerful inertia has sustained this mentality, has sustained it to the present day. This is particularly the case in the present Space Force, where it has been exacerbated by the influx of a large number of academics and scientists. If we use this mentality to contemplate an interstellar war 4 centuries in the future, we'll never be able to establish faith in a victory. What Comrade Zhang Beihai says is peculiar, a colonel said. Is steadfast faith not built upon science and reason? No faith is solid that is not founded on objective fact. Then let's take another look at science and reason. Our own science and reason, remember. The Tri-Solaran's advanced development tells us that our science is no more than a child collecting shells on the beach who hasn't even seen the ocean of truth. The facts we see under the guidance of our science and reason may not be the true objective facts. And since that's the case, we need to learn how to selectively ignore them. We should see how things change as they develop, and we shouldn't write off the future through technological determinism and mechanical materialism. Excellent, Chang Wei-se said, and nodded at him to continue. We must establish faith in victory, a faith that is the foundation of military duty and dignity. When the Chinese military once faced a powerful enemy under extremely poor conditions, it established a firm faith in victory through a sense of responsibility to the people and the motherland. I believe that today, a sense of responsibility to the human race and to Earth civilization can encourage the same faith.
But how are we supposed to go about specific ideological work? Asked an officer. The Space Force is made up of complicated parts, which means that its ideology is complex. We've got our work cut out for us.
I think that for the time being at least, we should start with the mental condition of the troops, Zhang Beihai said. Big picture. Last week I visited troops from the Air Force and Naval Air Force that have just been brought under our branch, and I discovered that day-to-day training for these forces is incredibly slack. Small picture. Problems with military discipline are cropping up with increasing frequency. There was supposed to be a total switch to summer uniforms, but lots of people in headquarters are still wearing their winter uniforms. This state of mind must be changed as quickly as possible. Look, the Space Force is turning into an academy of sciences. Of course, we can't deny that its present mission is that of an academy of military sciences, but we ought to be conscious that we are an army, and we're an army in a state of war. The conversation went on for a while longer, and then Chang Wei-se returned to his seat. Thank you. I hope that we will be able to continue having frank conversations. Now let's move on to the contents of the formal meeting. As he spoke, he looked up and once again saw Zhang Beihai's steady gaze, which revealed a determination that warmed his heart a little. Zhang Beihai, I know you have faith. With a father like that, it would be impossible for you not to. But things are definitely not as simple as you say. I don't know what you base your faith on, and I don't even know what else your faith encompasses. Just like your father. I admired him, but I have to admit that in the end, I couldn't figure him out. Chang Wei-se flipped open the document in front of him. Research on space warfare theory is in full swing at present, but one problem has already cropped up. The study of interplanetary warfare needs to be founded on a certain level of technological development, no doubt about it. But right now, basic research has only just begun, and technological breakthroughs will occur far in the future. This means our research has no support. Headquarters has revised the research plan in light of the circumstances, and has divided unified research on the theory of space warfare into 3 parts, to cater to the possible technological levels that the human world may reach in the future. Namely, a low-tech strategy, a mid-tech strategy, and a high-tech strategy. Work is currently in progress to define these 3 levels of technology, as well as to define a large number of index parameters in every major scientific discipline. But the core parameter will be the speed and range of a 10-kiloton class spaceship. The low-tech level. Spacecraft speed achieves 50 times the third cosmic velocity, or roughly 800 kilometers per second. Spacecraft are not equipped with life support. Under these conditions, the craft has a combat radius limited to the inner solar system, that is, within Neptune's orbit, or 30 AU from the Sun. The mid-tech level. Spacecraft speed achieves 300 times the third cosmic velocity, or 4,800 kilometers per second. Spacecraft are equipped with partial life support. Under these conditions, the combat radius of the craft extends beyond the Kuiper belt, and includes all space within 1,000 AU of the Sun. The high-tech level. Spacecraft speed achieves 1,000 times the third cosmic velocity, or 16,000 kilometers per second, which is 5% the speed of light. Spacecraft are fully equipped with life support. Under these conditions, the combat radius extends to the Oort cloud, with preliminary interstellar navigation capabilities. Defeatism is the greatest threat to the armed forces in space, so political and ideological workers will shoulder an extremely important responsibility in the Space Force. Political departments in the military will participate fully in the study of space warfare theory to eradicate the stain of defeatism and guarantee the correct direction of research. Those of you present today will become members of a space warfare theory task force. Although there will be some overlap among members of the three branches, the research institutions are independent and will tentatively be known as the Institute for Low-Tech Strategy, the Institute for Mid-Tech Strategy, and the Institute for High-Tech Strategy. At today's meeting, I'd like to hear from each of you which one you would choose, as a reference for the political department's next round of work appointments. Let's share our selections. Of the 32 political officers at the meeting, 24 selected low-tech, and 7 selected mid-tech. Just one officer chose high-tech, Zhang Beihai. "Looks like Comrade Beihai wants to get into science fiction," someone said, to scattered laughter. "My choice is the only hope for victory. That's the only level of technology that gives humanity any chance of building an effective defensive system for the Earth and solar system," Zhang Beihai said. "We haven't even mastered controlled nuclear fusion. Sending a 10,000-ton warship to 5% of the speed of light? 10,000 times faster than the truck-sized spacecraft humanity has today? It's not even science fiction. It's fantasy." "But don't we have 4 more centuries? We've got to keep potential progress in mind." "But progress in fundamental physics is impossible." "We haven't even tapped 1% of the potential applications of existing theories," Zhang Beihai said. "My feeling is that the biggest problem right now is the technology sector's approach to research. They're wasting too much time and money on low-end technology. In propulsion, for example, there's no reason at all to work on the fission drive, but right now, they're not only throwing huge amounts of R&D at it, they're even putting the same amount of effort into studying next-gen chemical propulsion. We should focus our resources on studying fusion engines and move directly to the development of media-free fusion engines, leapfrogging media-based fusion. The same problem exists in other areas of research. Sealed ecosystems, for instance, are a necessary technology for interstellar spacecraft that is not particularly dependent on fundamental theory, but research in this area is very limited." Chang Wei-se said, "Comrade Zhang Beihai has posed at least one question worthy of attention. The military and scientific communities are all busy starting their own work, but there is insufficient communication among them. Fortunately, both sides are aware of the situation and are organizing a joint conference, and the military and the scientific communities have each established special agencies to strengthen communication between the two sides and establish a fully interactive relationship between space strategy and scientific research. The next step is to dispatch military representatives to the various research areas and to involve a large group of scientists in studying the theory of space warfare. Again, we can't sit and wait for technological breakthroughs. We ought to form our own ideological strategy as soon as possible and then promote it in every field. Next, I'd like to talk about another layer of relationships, that between the Space Force and the wall-facers." "The wall-facers?" someone asked in wonder.
Are they going to interfere in Space Force work?
There's no sign of that at the moment, although Tyler has proposed paying an inspection visit to the military. But we ought to realize that they do have that power, and any interference that does take place may have unanticipated effects. We need to be mentally prepared for it. When such a situation does occur, we should maintain a balance between the Wall-Facer project and mainstream defense. After the meeting, Chang Wei-se sat alone in the empty conference room smoking a cigarette. The smoke wafted into a beam of sunlight shining through the window and seemed to catch fire. Whatever happens, at least it's begun, he thought to himself. For the first time, Luoji felt that a dream had come true. He had imagined that Garanin was only boasting. Of course, he could find a stunning, untouched place, but it was certain to be quite different from the place in his imagination. But when he got off the helicopter, it was like he had stepped into a dream world. The distant snow peaks, the lake in front of him, the grassy plain and forest beside the lake, all of it laid out exactly as he had sketched it for Garanin, and he hadn't dared permit himself to imagine such an immaculate environment. Everything seemed to have sprung out of a fairy tale. There was a slight sweetness to the fresh air, and even the sun seemed to be cautious, sending the softest and most exquisite part of its glow into this place. The most incredible thing was the small estate beside the lake and the villa at its heart. Kent, who was traveling with him, said the house was built in the mid-19th century, but it looked older, and the passage of time had made it blend in with its environment. Don't be surprised. Sometimes people dream of places that really exist, Kent said. Does anyone live here? Luoji asked. No one in a 5-kilometer radius. Beyond that, there are a few small villages. Luoji guessed that the place might be in northern Europe, but he didn't ask. Kent led him into the house. With his first glance at the spacious European-style living room, Luoji saw a fireplace, with fruitwood stacked neatly next to it that gave off a fresh fragrance. The former master of the house bids you welcome. He is proud to have a wall-facer living here. Kent went on to tell him that the manor contained more than just the facilities he had requested. Stables with 10 horses, because the best way to get to the mountains was by walking and riding, a tennis court and a golf course, a wine cellar, and, on the lake, a motorboat and a few sailboats. Beneath its old exterior, the house had been fully modernized. Every room was equipped with a computer, broadband, and satellite television, and there was a digital projection room as well. In addition to all of this, Luoji had noticed a helipad when he arrived. It was clearly not built at the last minute. The man's got money. Not just money. He doesn't want to disclose his identity, but you would probably recognize his name if I told you. He donated the land to the UN, a far larger gift than Rockefeller's. Just so you're clear, the land and all of the real estate on it belong to the UN. You only have right of residence. But you're not getting nothing. When the owner left, he said that he had taken away all of his personal belongings, and that whatever is left is yours. These paintings alone must be worth quite a bit. Kent took Luoji on a tour of every room in the house. He noticed that the original owner had good taste and had furnished every room with a sense of elegant tranquility. A considerable portion of the books in the library were old Latin editions. The paintings were mostly in the modernist style, but they did not seem out of place in rooms with a rich classical atmosphere. One thing in particular that struck him was the total absence of landscapes, the mark of a mature aesthetic sensibility. Hanging landscape paintings in a house situated in the Garden of Eden would be as pointless as pouring a bucket of water into the ocean. Returning to the living room,
Luoji sat down on the deliciously comfortable chair in front of the fireplace. He stretched out his hand and brushed against an object, which he then picked up and inspected. A churchwarden pipe, the kind with a long, thin stem, used indoors by the leisure class. He looked toward the wall and its empty shelves and imagined what had been taken down. Then Kent came in and introduced a few people. The housekeeper, cook, driver, groom, and boatmaster, all of whom had been in the previous owner's service. When they had gone, Kent introduced him to a lieutenant colonel in civvies who was responsible for security. After he left, Luoji asked Kent where Shi Qiang was. "He's handed over your security detail and has probably returned home. Let him take the place of that guy just now. I think he'll do a better job." "I feel the same way, but he doesn't speak English. It would be hard for him to do his job." "Then bring in Chinese guards to replace the ones here." Kent agreed and left to make the call. Luoji also left the room and walked across the manicured lawn onto a pier leading out into the middle of the lake. He held the railing at the end and gazed at the reflection of the snowcaps in the lake's mirror surface. Surrounded by sweet air and sunshine, he said to himself, "Compared to life today, what does the world 4 centuries from now matter? Screw the wall-facer project." "How did that bastard get in?" the researcher at the terminal said softly. "Wall-facers are naturally free to enter," his neighbor answered quietly. "It's pretty dull, isn't it? I expect you're disappointed, Mr. President." Dr. Allen, director of the Los Alamos National Laboratory, said to Ray Diaz as he led him past the rows of computer terminals. "I'm no longer president," Ray Diaz said severely as he surveyed his surroundings. "This is our nuclear weapons simulation center. Los Alamos has 4 of these centers, and Lawrence Livermore has 3. 2 objects caught Ray Diaz's eye as being not entirely dull. They looked new, with large displays and consoles with lots of fine knobs. He headed over to take a closer look, but Allen pulled him back. "That's a game machine. The terminals here aren't for gaming, so we brought in 2 machines for relaxation." Ray Diaz noticed another 2 not entirely dull objects. Transparent and structurally complicated, they contained a bubbling liquid. Again, he started over to take a look, and this time Allen shook his head with a smile and did not stop him. "That one's a humidifier. The climate is dry in New Mexico. The other one's just a coffee machine. Mike, pour Mr. Ray Diaz a cup of coffee. No, wait, not from that. I'll brew you a cup of top-shelf roast in my office." The only thing left for Ray Diaz to do was to examine the blown-up black-and-white photographs hanging on the wall. He recognized the skinny man wearing a hat and smoking a pipe as Oppenheimer. Then Allen directed his attention back to the bland terminals. "These displays are obsolete," Ray Diaz said. "But behind them is the most powerful computer in the world, operating at 30 petaflops." An engineer came up to Allen. "Doctor, the AD-4453OG is operational." "Excellent." The engineer lowered his voice. "We've suspended the output module," he said, and glanced at Ray Diaz. "Run it," Allen said, then turned to Ray Diaz. "See? We've got nothing to hide from the wall-facers." Then Ray Diaz heard tearing sounds and saw the people at the terminals ripping paper apart. Assuming that they were destroying documents, he muttered, "Don't you even have a shredder?" But then he noticed that they were tearing up blank copy paper. Then someone shouted, "Over!" and everyone cheered and tossed the shredded paper into the air, making the cluttered floor even more like a garbage dump.
This is a simulation center tradition. When the first atom bomb was exploded, Dr. Fermi tossed torn paper into the air, and according to the distance the pieces drifted in the shockwave, he was able to accurately compute the yield of the bomb. Now we do the same thing for every simulation we run. Ray Diaz brushed the paper from his head and shoulders and said, "You run nuclear tests every day, but to you, it's as easy as playing a video game. It's not like that for us. We don't have supercomputers. We've got to do real tests. We do the same thing, but the poor always end up being the nuisance." Mr. Ray Diaz, no one here is interested in politics. Diaz leaned in to take a closer look at the terminals, but saw only scrolling data and shifting curves. When he finally did locate some graphics, they were so abstract he couldn't make anything out. When he leaned toward another terminal, the physicist seated in front of it looked up and said, "Mr. President, if you're looking for a mushroom cloud, it's not there." "I'm not the president," Ray Diaz repeated as he accepted the coffee Mike handed him. Alan said, "Then we ought to talk about what we can do for you." "Design a nuclear bomb." "Of course. Los Alamos may be a multidisciplinary institution, but I suspected you wouldn't be here for any other reason. Can you give me any specifics? What type? What yield?" "The PDC will send you the completed technical requirements before long, so I'll just brief you on the key points. Large yield, the largest possible, as large as you can make it. 200 megatons at an absolute minimum." Alan stared at him for a moment, and then bent his head in thought. "That will require some time. Don't you have mathematical models?" "Of course we do. We have models for everything from 500-ton shells to large 20-megaton bombs, from neutron bombs to EMP bombs. But the explosive yield you're asking for is far too large. It's more than 10 times the world's largest thermonuclear device. It would have to have a totally different trigger and staging from a conventional nuclear weapon, and it might even require an entirely new structure. We don't have a model that fits." They spoke some more about the general planning of various research projects, and when it came time to leave, Alan said, "Mr. Ray Diaz, I know you have the best physicists on your staff at the PDC. I assume they've told you about the applications of nuclear weapons to space warfare." "You're permitted to be redundant." "Very well. In space warfare, nuclear bombs may be low-efficiency weapons, since nuclear explosions produce no shockwave in the vacuum of space, and only negligible pressure from the light they generate, so they don't produce the mechanical impact found in explosions in the atmosphere. All their energy is released in the form of radiation and electromagnetic pulses, and, at least for humans, radiation and EM shielding on spacecraft is a fairly mature technology." "And if the target is directly hit?" "That's a different thing altogether. In that case, heat will be a decisive factor, and the target may be melted or even vaporized. But one bomb of a few 100 million tons will probably be as big as a building, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to score a direct hit. In fact, the mechanical impact of nuclear weapons doesn't measure up to kinetic weapons. Their radiation is less intense than particle beam weapons, and their thermal destruction can't compare to gamma-ray lasers." "But those weapons aren't combat-ready. Nuclear bombs are humanity's most powerful mature weapons. And as for the performance issues you mention in space combat, ways can be found to improve them. Adding a medium to create a shockwave, for example, like putting ball bearings in a grenade." "That's an intriguing idea. Your STEM background shows through." "My studies were in nuclear energy, which is why I like nuclear bombs. I've got a good feeling about them." Alan laughed. "I almost forgot. It's ridiculous to discuss issues like this with a wall facer."
The two men laughed, but Ray Diaz quickly grew serious and said, Dr. Allen, like everyone else, you're treating the wall-facer strategy as something mysterious. The most powerful combat-ready weapon available to mankind right now is the hydrogen bomb. Focusing on that is only natural, isn't it? I believe my approach is the correct one. The two men stopped on the quiet path through the woods they had been walking along. Allen said, Fermi and Oppenheimer walked down this road countless times. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, most of the architects of the first generation of nuclear weapons spent the rest of their lives mired in depression. They would be gratified if they knew the mission that humanity's nuclear weapons are now facing. No matter how frightening they might be, weapons are a good thing. Just to let you know, the next time I come, I hope I won't see you throwing scrap paper around. We should make a tidy impression on the sophons. Keiko Yamasuki woke up in the middle of the night to find herself alone, the sheets beside her cool. She got up, dressed, and went out the door. At first glance, she saw her husband's shadow in the bamboo grove in the yard, as usual. They had homes in England and in Japan, but Heinz preferred his Japanese home. He said that the moonlight of the east calmed his heart. There was no moon tonight. The bamboo and his kimono-clad figure lost their dimensionality and looked like paper cuttings hung beneath the stars. Heinz heard Keiko Yamasuki's footsteps, but did not look back. Strangely, Keiko wore the same shoes in England as in Japan. Even in her hometown, she never wore a geta. But it was only here, never in England, that he could hear her footsteps.
My love, you haven't slept properly for days, she said.
Her voice was soft, but the summer insects stopped chirping, and peace flooded like water over everything. She heard her husband sigh.
Keiko, I can't do it. I can't think of anything. Really, I can't come up with anything at all.
No one can. I say an ultimate victory plan doesn't exist.
She took 2 steps forward, but was still separated from Heinz by a few stalks of bamboo. The grove was their place for contemplation, and the inspiration for most of their previous research had its source here. They rarely brought intimacy to this sacred place, but always addressed each other courteously, as befitted an atmosphere seemingly imbued with Eastern philosophy.
Bill, you should relax. Doing the best you can is enough.
He turned around, but in the darkness of the grove, his face was indistinct.
How is that possible? Every step I take consumes a massive amount of resources.
Then why not adopt this approach?
Keiko's answer came swiftly. She had obviously been thinking about the question.
Choose a direction that, even if you're unsuccessful, will do something beneficial while it is being carried out.
Keiko, that's exactly what I've been thinking about. Here's what I've decided to do. Even if I can't come up with a plan, I can help other people think of one.
What other people? The other wall facers?
No, they're not much better off than I am. I mean our descendants. Keiko, have you ever considered this fact? The outcome of natural biological evolution requires at least 20,000 years to manifest itself. But human civilization has just 5,000 years of history, and modern technological civilization just 200. That means that the study of modern science today is being done by the brain of primitive man.
You want to use technology to accelerate the brain's evolution?
We've been doing brain research, and we ought to put more effort into expanding it to a scale that can tackle a planetary defense system. If we work hard for a century or two, we might be able to increase human intelligence and allow the science of the future to break out of the Sophon's prison.
Intelligence is a vague term in our field. What in particular?
I mean intelligence in the broadest sense of the word. Not just the traditional meaning of logical reasoning, but learning ability, imagination, and innovation as well. And also the ability to accumulate common sense and experience while preserving intellectual vigor, and enhancing mental endurance so that a brain can think continuously without fatigue. And we can even consider the possibility of eliminating sleep, and so forth.
What will it take? Do you even have a rough idea?
No, not yet. Perhaps the brain can be connected directly to a computer, which can use its computing power to amplify human intelligence. Or maybe we can achieve a direct interface between human brains and blend different people's thoughts, or inherit memories. But whatever avenue we ultimately take to increase human intelligence, we must first begin from a fundamental understanding of the mechanisms of the human brain.
And that's precisely our area of interest.
We can continue in the same career as before. The difference will be that we can tap huge resources to do it.
Love, I'm truly happy. I'm ecstatic. There's just one thing. As a wall facer, don't you think this plan is a little indirect?
Maybe. But think about it, Keiko. Human civilization ultimately comes down to humans themselves. If we start by elevating humans, doesn't that make this a far-reaching plan? Besides, what else can I do?
Bill, you're wonderful.
So think about this for a moment. If we turn neuroscience and thought research into a world engineering project and can invest an inconceivably enormous amount of money in it, how long will we have to wait for success?
About a century, more or less.
Let's be a little more pessimistic and say 2 centuries. Then, the highly intelligent humans will still have 2 centuries left, and if they use 1 century to develop fundamental science and another to turn those theories into technology,
even if it fails, we'll have done what we wanted to do.
Keiko, come with me to the end of days, Hines murmured.
Yes, Bill. We certainly have the time.
The insects in the grove seemed to have grown accustomed to their presence and resumed their musical chirping. When a soft wind blew through the bamboo and the stars in the night sky flashed through the gaps between the leaves, it was as if the insect chorus was issuing from those stars. It was day 3 of the PDC's first Wall Facers project hearing. Tyler, Ray Diaz, and Hines had spoken about the first phase of their respective projects, which were put to preliminary discussion by representatives of the PDC permanent members. Ray Diaz and Hines had both submitted their plans at the previous hearing, but Tyler had delayed his first disclosure until this session, leaving representatives particularly eager for details. Tyler started with a brief introduction. I need to establish an armed force in space that will supplement Earth's fleet, but be under my command. Just 1 sentence in, the hands of the other 2 wall facers shot up. Mr. Hines and I have been accused of overuse of resources in our plans, Ray Diaz broke in. But this is absurd. Mr. Tyler wants to have his own space force. I didn't say it was a space force, Tyler said calmly. The intent is not to construct warships or large spaceships, but to establish a fleet of space fighters. They'll each be roughly the size of a conventional Earth-based fighter and will carry a single pilot. They'll be like mosquitoes in space, so I've dubbed this the Mosquito Swarm Plan. The formation needs to be at least equal to the size of the invading Trisolaran fleet. 1,000 ships.
You would attack a Trisolaran warship with a mosquito? That's not even going to raise a welt, a hearing member said dismissively. Tyler raised a finger. Not if each of those mosquitoes is equipped with a 100-megaton-class hydrogen bomb. So I'm going to need the latest super bomb technology. Don't turn me down immediately, Mr. Ray Diaz. You can't turn me down, in fact. According to the principles of the Wallfacer Project, that technology isn't your proprietary property. Once it's been developed, I have the right to requisition it. Ray Diaz glanced up at him. My question is, do you intend to plagiarize my plan? Tyler smiled sardonically. If a Wallfacer's plan can be copied, is he still a Wallfacer? Mosquitoes can't fly very far, said Garanin, the PDC rotating chair. These toy space fighters can only engage in combat within the orbit of Mars, I believe. Watch out. His next request might be for a space carrier, Hines said with a chuckle. Tyler answered with a plum. That will be unnecessary. These space fighters can link up via a network to turn the entire squadron into a single entity, a mosquito group, that acts as a space carrier and is propelled by an external engine, or by the engine of a small portion of its member fighters. At cruising speed, the group will possess the long-range space navigation capabilities of large spacecraft. Once it reaches the battlefield, the huge entity will disassemble and go into battle as a fleet of independent fighters. Your mosquito group will take years to reach the defensive zone at the perimeter of the solar system. A fighter pilot can't spend such a long journey in a cockpit that doesn't even permit them to stand up. Will there even be room for supplies in such a small craft? Someone asked. Hibernation, Tyler said. They'll have to hibernate. My plan relies on the realization of two technologies, miniaturized superbombs and miniaturized hibernation units. Hibernating for a few years in a metal coffin, then waking up only to launch a suicide attack. Clearly, the job of a mosquito pilot is not one to be envied, Hines said. Tyler's enthusiasm disappeared, and he remained silent for a moment. Then he nodded. Yes, finding pilots is the hardest part of the mosquito swarm plan. My next step is to do some research to figure out how to overcome it. Details of Tyler's plan were distributed to the members of the hearing, but there was no interest in discussion. The chair declared the hearing adjourned. Luoji still hasn't arrived? Asked the annoyed U.S. representative. He won't be coming, said Garanin. He declared that his seclusion and non-participation in the PDC hearing is part of his plan. At this, the attendees whispered among themselves. Some of them seemed annoyed, while others flashed cryptic smiles. He's a deadbeat, a waste, Ray Diaz said. Then what are you? Tyler asked rudely, even though his mosquito swarm plan relied on Ray Diaz's super hydrogen bomb technology. Hines said, I'd rather express my regard for Dr. Luo. He knows himself and knows his own abilities, so he doesn't want a pointless waste of resources. He turned graciously to Ray Diaz. I think Mr. Ray Diaz should learn something from him. Everyone could see that Tyler and Hines were not defending Luoji, but that their enmity toward Ray Diaz was far deeper by comparison. Garanin rapped the gavel on the table. First of all, Wallfacer Ray Diaz has spoken out of order. I remind you to show respect to the other Wallfacers. Similarly, I remind Wallfacers Hines and Tyler that your words are also inappropriate for this meeting. Hines said, Mr. Chair, what Wallfacer Ray Diaz has demonstrated in his plan is nothing but the crudeness of a soldier. Following in the footsteps of Iran and North Korea, his country fell under UN sanctions because of its nuclear weapons program.
and this has given him a twisted complex for the bomb. There is essentially no difference between Mr. Tyler's mosquito swarm program and Ray Diaz's giant hydrogen bomb plan. Both are disappointments. The two straightforward plans will have their strategic intent exposed right from the start. Neither exhibits the canniness that's the strategic advantage of the Wallfacer project. Tyler shot back. Mr. Hines, your plan is like some sort of naive daydream. When the hearing ended, the Wallfacers went to the meditation room, their favorite place in UN headquarters. It now seemed to them that this room designed for silence was built especially for Wallfacers. Gathered there, they waited in silence, each of them feeling that they would never be able to exchange thoughts until the final war came. The slab of iron ore lay silently in their midst, as if absorbing and collecting their thoughts, and silently bearing witness. Hines said softly, "Have you heard about the wall breakers?" Tyler nodded. The ATO just announced it on their public website, and it's been verified by the CIA. The Wallfacers lapsed into silence again, each one conjuring in his mind an image of his own wall breaker. It was an image that would appear countless times in their nightmares, for the day a wall breaker actually appeared would likely spell the end of that Wallfacer. When Shi Xiaoming saw his father enter, he edged toward the corner, but Shi Qiang simply sat down quietly next to him. "Don't be afraid. I won't hit you or curse at you this time. I don't have the energy." He brought out a pack of cigarettes, took out two, and offered one to his son. Shi Xiaoming hesitated before accepting it. They lit up and smoked for a while in silence. Then Shi Qiang said, "I've got a mission. I'll be leaving the country soon." "What about your illness?" Shi Xiaoming looked up through the smoke and gave his father a worried look. "Let's talk about you first." Shi Xiaoming's expression turned pleading. "Dad, there's going to be a heavy sentence for this." "Any other crime, and I'd be able to work it out for you. But that's not how this is going to work. Ming, we're both adults. We need to be responsible for our actions." Shi Xiaoming bowed his head in despair and took a silent draw on his cigarette. Shi Qiang said, "I'm half to blame. I never had any concern for you when you were growing up. I came home late every night, so tired I'd just have a drink and then go to bed. I never went to a parents' meeting at school, and I never had a good talk with you about anything. It's the same thing again. We have to be responsible for our own actions." Tears in his eyes, Shi Xiaoming ground the cigarette back and forth repeatedly on the edge of the bed, like he was extinguishing the latter half of his life. "Prison is like a criminal training course. Forget about reform when you go in. Just don't get mixed up with the other prisoners. And learn how to protect yourself a little. Take these." Shi Qiang placed a plastic bag on the bed. Inside were 2 cartons of ordinary Yunyan cigarettes. "And if you need anything else, your mother will send it to you." Shi Qiang went to the door, then turned and said to his son, "Ming, you may still meet your dad again. You'll probably be older than me at that point, and then you'll understand what's in my heart right now." Through the small window in the door, Shi Xiaoming watched his father exit the detention center. From the back, he looked quite old. In an era where anxiety had taken hold of everything, Luoji was now the world's most laid-back man. He strolled beside the lake, took a boat out into the water, had the chef turn the mushrooms he picked and the fish he caught into tasty delicacies, browsed through the library's rich collection, and when he tired of that, went outside and golfed with the guards. He rode on horseback through the grassland, and on the forest path in the direction of the snow peak, but he never reached the foot of the mountain. Oftentimes, he would sit on a bench on the lakeside and look at the mountain's reflection in the water, doing and thinking nothing as an entire day passed unknowingly. He was alone during this time, with no connection to the outside world. Kent was in the manor too, but he had his own small office and rarely bothered him. Luoji had only spoken once to the officer in charge of security, to ask that the security detail not trail along behind him, and if they absolutely had to make sure that he could not see them. He felt like the boat in the water, floating quietly with its sail furled, ignorant of where it was moored, and not caring where it floated. Now and then, when he thought about his former life, he was surprised to discover that in the short space of a few days, he could no longer recognize it. This state satisfied him. He was particularly interested in the wine cellar. He knew that the dust-covered bottles lying horizontally on the racks held nothing but the best. He drank in the living room, he drank in the library, and sometimes he drank on the boat. But never too much, just enough to keep him in that perfect, half-drunk, half-sober state. And then he would take out that long-stemmed pipe left by the previous owner and puff away. Even when it rained and the living room grew chilly, Luoji never had the fireplace lit. He knew it wasn't yet time. He never went online here, but he sometimes watched television, skipping over the news and watching programs that had nothing to do with current events or even the present day. This sort of content was still possible to find, although it was growing increasingly rare in the last ebbs of the Golden Age. Late one night, he got carried away by a bottle of cognac that, from the label, was 35 years old. Wielding the remote, he skipped past the several news stations on the high-definition television, but one English-language news item caught his eye. It concerned the salvage of a mid-17th century wreck, a clipper that had sailed from Rotterdam to Faridabad and had sunk off Cape Horn. Among the objects that divers had retrieved from the wreck was a small sealed cask of fine wine that experts speculated was still drinkable. Not only that, but after 3 centuries in storage at the bottom of the ocean, its taste would be unparalleled. Luoji recorded most of the program and then called for Kent. "I want that cask. Buy it for me," he said. Kent went to make a call. 2 hours later, he told Luoji that the price of the cask was astonishingly high. Bidding would start at 300,000 euros. "That amount is nothing to the Wallfacer project. Buy it. It's part of the plan." And thus, the Wallfacer project produced a second idiom after the Wallfacer smile. Anything that was clearly absurd, but which had to be done anyway, was called part of the Wallfacer plan, or simply, part of the plan. 2 days later, the cask, its aged surface covered in shells, was placed in the villa's living room. Luoji took out a tap with a twist drill specially made for wooden casks, which he found in the cellar, and carefully drilled it into the side to pour out the first glass. The liquid was a tempting emerald green. He sniffed it, and then put the glass to his lips. "Doctor, is this part of the plan too?" Kent asked softly. "That's right. It's part of the plan." Luoji was about to drink, but seeing the people present in the room, he said, "All of you, out." Kent and the rest of them did not move. "Sending you out is part of the plan too. Out!" He glared at them. Kent gently shook his head and led the others out. Luoji took a sip. Although he did his utmost to convince himself that the flavor was heavenly, in the end, he did not have the guts to take a second sip. But that one sip didn't let him go unscathed. That night, he was sick out both ends, until he spat up bile the color of the wine, and his body was so weak he couldn't get out of bed. Later, after doctors and experts opened the cask lid, they found that it had a rather large brass label on the inside wall, as was the custom in those days. Over time, there had been some sort of reaction between the normally peacefully coexisting copper and the wine, and some sort of substance had dissolved into the wine. When the cask was carried off, Luoji could see the schadenfreude on Kent's face. Deeply exhausted, he lay in bed watching his IV drip, and an intense loneliness seized him. He knew that his recent leisure was merely the weightlessness of tumbling into the abyss of loneliness, and now he had reached the bottom. But he had anticipated this moment, and he had been prepared. He was waiting for someone, and then the next step of the plan would begin. He was waiting for Da Shi. Tyler stood holding an umbrella against the Kagoshima drizzle. Behind him, 2 meters away, stood Defense Chief Koichi Inoue, whose umbrella remained unopened. The past 2 days he had maintained the same separation from Tyler, both physically and mentally. They were at the Chiron Peace Museum for kamikaze pilots, and in front of them was a statue of a special attack unit next to a white plane, call sign 502. A light layer of rain painted the surface of the statue and the aircraft, and made them deceptively lifelike. "Isn't there any room for discussion of my proposal?" Tyler asked. "I strongly advise you not to speak of this to the media. It will cause trouble." Koichi Inoue's words were as icy as the rain. "Is it still that sensitive? Even today?" "What's sensitive isn't the history, but your proposal to restore the kamikaze special attack units. Why don't you do it in the US or some other place? Are the Japanese people the only ones in the world who can die out of duty?" Tyler closed up his umbrella and drew closer to Koichi Inoue, who, although he didn't recoil, seemed to have a force field surrounding him that prevented Tyler from getting close. "I've never said that the future kamikaze forces would be made up only of Japanese members. It's an international force, but since it originated in your great country, isn't it only natural to revive it here?" "In interplanetary war, does this mode of attack really have any significance? You should realize that victories for those special attack units were limited, and they didn't turn the tide of battle." "Commander, sir, the Space Force I have established is a fleet of fighters equipped with super hydrogen bombs." "Why do you need humans? Can't computer-controlled fighters get close enough to attack?" This question seemed to give Tyler the opportunity he was waiting for, and he grew excited. "That's exactly the problem. Today's computers are unable to replace human brains, and advancements in fundamental theory would be necessary for quantum and other next-gen computers. But that's been locked up by the Sophons. So 4 centuries from now, computing intelligence will still be limited, and human-controlled weapons will be indispensable. To tell you the truth, reviving the kamikaze squads only has moral significance now, because it will be 10 generations before any of them go to their death. But establishing that spirit and faith means starting now." Koichi Inoue turned around to face Tyler for the first time. His wet hair was plastered against his forehead, and the raindrops on his face looked like tears. "That approach violates the basic moral principles of modern society. Human lives come first, and the state and the government can't require any individual to take up a death mission. I seem to remember a line Yang Wen-li said in Legend of the Galactic Heroes. In this war lies the fate of the country. But what does it matter next to individual rights and freedoms? All of you, just do your best." Tyler sighed. You know what? You have thrown away your most precious resource. Then he snapped open his umbrella and turned and walked angrily away. When he reached the gate of the memorial, he looked back and saw Koichi Inoue still standing in the rain before the statue. As Tyler walked in the sea breeze, his mind returned to a sentence from a suicide note from a kamikaze pilot to his mother that he had seen in the exhibit. Mom, I'm going to be a firefly. It's worse than I imagined, Alan said to Ray Diaz. They were standing next to a black obelisk made of lava rock, the monument marking ground zero of humankind's first atom bomb. Is its structure really that different? Ray Diaz asked. Totally different from today's nuclear bombs. Constructing its mathematical model might be more than 100 times more complicated than today's bombs. This is an enormous undertaking. What do I need to do? Cosmo's on your staff, right? Get him to come to my lab. William Cosmo? Yes. But he's an astrophysicist, an authority on stars. What's he going to do? That's what I'm going to tell you. To your mind, a nuclear bomb is detonated and then explodes. But the actual process is more like burning. The greater the yield, the longer the combustion. A 20-megaton nuclear explosion, for example, has a fireball that can last for over 20 seconds. The super bomb we're designing is 200 megatons, and its fireball will burn for several minutes. Think about that. What will it look like? A small sun. Correct. Its fusion structure is very like that of a star, and it reproduces stellar evolution over a very abbreviated period. So the mathematical model we need to construct is essentially the model of a star. White sands stretched out in front of them. In the moments just before dawn, the details of the dark desert couldn't be made out. As they gazed at the scenery, they were involuntarily reminded of the basic setting of 3body. I'm very excited, Mr. Ray Diaz. Please forgive me for our lack of enthusiasm at the start. Looking at the project now, the significance far exceeds the construction of a superbomb itself. Do you know what we're doing? We're creating a virtual star. Ray Diaz shook his head in disapproval. What does that have to do with the defense of Earth? Don't be limited by planetary defense. Me and my colleagues in the lab are scientists, after all. Besides, this thing is not without practical significance. So long as you input the appropriate parameters, the star could be a model for our sun. Think about it. It's always useful to have the sun in your computer memory. It's the biggest presence that's close to us in the cosmos, but we could take more advantage of it. The model may have many more discoveries lying in wait. Ray Diaz said, One previous use of the sun is what brought humanity to the brink and brought you and me to this place. But new discoveries might bring humanity back. So today, I've invited you here to watch the sunrise. The rising sun was just now peeking its head over the horizon. The desert in front of them came into focus like a developing photograph, and Ray Diaz could see that this place, once blasted by the fires of hell, was now covered in sparse undergrowth. I am become death, destroyer of worlds, Alan exclaimed. What? Ray Diaz whipped his head around, as if someone had shot him from behind. Oppenheimer said that when he watched the first nuclear explosion. I think it's a quote from the Bhagavad Gita. The wheel in the east expanded rapidly, casting light across the earth like a golden web. The same sun was there on that morning when Ye Wenjie had turned the red shore antenna, and even before that, the same sun had shone upon the dust settling after the first bomb blast. Australopithecus 1,000,000 years ago and the dinosaurs 100 million years ago had turned their dull eyes upon this very sun. And even earlier than that, the hazy light that penetrated the surface of the primeval ocean and was felt by the first living cell was emitted by this same sun. Alan went on. And then a man called Bainbridge followed up Oppenheimer's statement with something completely non-poetic. Now, we are all sons of bitches.
What are you talking about?
Ray Diaz said. Watching the rising sun, his breathing became ragged. I'm thanking you, Mr. Ray Diaz, because from now on, we're not sons of bitches. In the east, the sun rose in overarching solemnity, as if declaring to the world, everything is as fleeting as a shadow before me. What's the matter, Mr. Ray Diaz? Alan saw that Ray Diaz had fallen into a crouch, one hand on the ground, and was convulsing in dry heaves. His face had turned pale and was covered in a cold sweat, and he had no strength to move his hand from the clump of thorns it was pressing on.
Go to the car,
he said weakly. He turned his head in the direction opposite the sun, and he raised his other hand to block the sunlight. He was unable to get up. Alan tried to assist, but couldn't budge his stocky body.
Drive the car over,
Ray Diaz wheezed out, while pulling his hand back to cover his eyes. When Alan drove over to him, he had fallen to the ground. With difficulty, Alan helped him into the back seat.
Sunglasses! I need sunglasses!
He half reclined into the back seat, his hands clawing at the air. Alan handed Ray Diaz a pair of sunglasses he found on the dashboard. After he put them on, his breathing grew smoother.
I'm all right. Let's get out of here. Quickly,
he said feebly. What on earth happened? What's wrong?
It might be the sun.
When did you start having this sort of reaction?
Just now.
The peculiar phobia for the sun that afflicted Ray Diaz pushed him to the edge of mental and physical breakdown whenever he saw it, and kept him confined indoors from then on. Was the flight very long? You look like you don't have any energy, was the first thing Luoji said after Shi Qiang arrived.
Yeah, you'll never find a plane as comfortable as the one we were on,
Shi Qiang said as he appraised his surroundings. Not bad, eh?
It's awful,
Shi Qiang said, shaking his head.
Woods on 3 sides, so it's easy to hide close to the house. And there's a lake. With the shore this close to the house, it would be difficult to defend against divers coming from the woods on the other side. But the surrounding grassland is pretty good, and provides some open space.
Can't you be any more romantic?
I'm here to work, my boy.
It's romantic work I'm thinking of. Luoji led Shi Qiang into the living room. He surveyed it, but did not seem much impressed by the luxury and elegance. Luoji poured him a drink in a crystal goblet, but Shi Qiang turned it down with a wave of his hand.
It's 30-year-old aged brandy. I can't drink right now. Tell me of this romantic work of yours.
Luoji sipped his brandy and sat down next to him.
Da Shi,
I'm asking you to do me a favor. In your old job, did you ever have to look across the entire country for a particular person, or even around the world?
Yes.
Were you good at it?
At finding people? Of course.
Great. Help me find a person, a woman in her early 20s. This is part of the plan.
Nationality? Name? Address?
None. The possibility that she even exists in the world is low. Shi Qiang looked at him, and after a few seconds said,
You dreamed her?
Luoji nodded. Daydreams too. Shi Qiang nodded too, then said something Luoji had not expected him to say.
Okay. What? Okay. So long as you know what she looks like. She's Asian. So let's say Chinese. As Luoji spoke, he took out a paper and pencil. Her face is like this. Her nose like this. And her mouth... Geez, I can't draw. And her eyes... Damn it, how can I draw her eyes? Do you have one of those things? A piece of software that will let you pull up a face and then adjust the eyes and nose and so on according to the eyewitness's description to come up with an accurate depiction of the person the witness saw? Sure. I've got one right here on my laptop. Then get it out and let's draw. Shi Qiang stretched out on the sofa and situated himself comfortably. Not necessary. You don't need to draw her. Just keep talking. Put aside her appearance and first talk about what sort of person she is. Something in Luoji's mind caught fire, and he stood up and began to pace restlessly in front of the fireplace. How should I put it? She came into this world like a lily growing out of a rubbish heap. So pure and delicate, and nothing around her can contaminate her. But it can all harm her. Yes, everything around her can hurt her. Your first reaction when you see her is to protect her. No, to care for her. To let her know that you are willing to pay any price to shield her from the harm of a crude and savage reality. She's so... I've got a clumsy tongue. I can't say anything clearly. It's always like that, Shi Qiang said with a laugh. His laugh, which had seemed crude and silly the first time Luoji heard it, felt full of wisdom now, and it soothed him. But you've been clear enough. Okay, well, I'll go on then. But what am I saying? No matter what I say, I can't express what she's like in my heart. He grew irritated, and seemed to want to tear out his heart to show to Shi Qiang. Shi Qiang calmed him with a wave. Forget it. Just talk about what happens when the two of you are together. The more detailed, the better. Luoji's eyes widened in amazement. How did you know about the two of us? Shi Qiang laughed again. Then he looked around. There wouldn't happen to be any cigars in this place, would there? Yes, there are. Luoji grabbed an elegant wooden box from the mantel, took out a thick Davidoff, and used an even more elegant guillotine-style cigar cutter to slice off the end. Then he passed it to Shi Qiang and lit it for him with a cedar strip specially designed for cigars. Shi Qiang took a puff and nodded his head, pleased. Go on. Luoji overcame his earlier language barrier and grew garrulous. He described how she had come alive for the first time in the library, how she appeared in his classroom during lecture, how the two of them had met in front of the imaginary fireplace in his dormitory, the beauty of the firelight shining onto her face through the bottle of wine, like the eyes of twilight. He recalled with pleasure their road trip, describing every last detail. The fields after the snow, the town and village under the blue sky, the mountains like old villagers basking in the sun, and the evening and bonfire at the foot of the mountain. After he finished, Shi Qiang stubbed out his cigar. Well, that's about enough. I'll guess a few things about the girl, and you see if I'm right. Great. Education. She's got at least a bachelor's, but less than a doctorate. Luoji nodded. Yes. She's knowledgeable, but not to the point where it calcifies her. It only makes her more sensitive to life and to the world. She was probably born into a highly educated family and lived a life that wasn't too rich, but more affluent than most families. Growing up, she enjoyed her parents' love, but she had little contact with the community, particularly the lower rungs of society. Right. Absolutely right.
She never told me about her family circumstances, or actually anything about herself, but I think that ought to be the case. Now, if any of the following speculations are wrong, let me know. She likes to wear, how would you put it, simple, elegant clothing, a little plainer than other women her age. Luoji nodded dumbly, over and over. But there's always something white, like a shirt or a collar, that contrasts sharply with the dark colors of the rest of the outfit. Da shi, Luoji said, admiration in his eyes, as he watched Shi Qiang speak. Brushing him aside, Shi Qiang went on. Finally, she's not tall, 160 centimeters or so, and her body is, well, I guess you could say slender, as if a gust of wind could blow her away, so she doesn't seem so short. I can come up with more, of course. Not far off, is it? Luoji was ready to fall on his knees before Shi Qiang. Da shi, I throw myself on the ground before you. You're the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes. Shi Qiang stood up. Now I'll sketch her on the computer. That night, he brought the computer to Luoji. When the woman's portrait appeared on screen, Luoji stared, not moving a muscle, like he had been struck by a curse. Shi Qiang had evidently expected this, and retrieved another cigar from the mantel, clipped it with the guillotine, lit it, and began to smoke. When he had taken a few puffs, he came back to find Luoji still staring at the screen. Tell me what's off and I'll adjust it for you. With difficulty, Luoji tore his gaze from the screen, stood up, and walked to the window, where he watched the moonlight shining on the distant snow peak. He murmured, dreamlike, "Nothing." I thought so, Shi Qiang said, and closed the computer. Still gazing into the distance, Luoji uttered a phrase that others had used to evaluate Shi Qiang. Da shi, you're a devil. Shi Qiang sat down on the sofa, exhausted. There's nothing supernatural about it. We're both men. Luoji turned to him. But every man's dream lover is quite different. Dream lovers are basically the same for men of a certain type. Still, getting it so close should be impossible. Remember, you told me a lot of stuff. Luoji walked over to the computer and opened it up again. Send me a copy. Then, as Shi Qiang worked on copying the image, he asked, Can you find her? All I can say now is that it's quite likely, but I can't rule out not finding her. What? Luoji's hands stopped their movements, and he turned to look at Shi Qiang in astonishment. With this sort of thing, how can you guarantee 100% success? No, that's not what I mean. The total opposite, in fact. I thought you would say that it's practically impossible, but you wouldn't rule out a random 1/10,000% chance of finding her. And if you had said that, I'd have been satisfied. He turned back to the picture on the screen and murmured again, Can such a person really exist in the world? Shi Qiang smiled scornfully. Dr. Luo, how many people have you seen? Not as many as you, of course, but I know that there's no perfect person in the world, much less a perfect woman. Like you said earlier, I'm often able to find a particular individual out of tens of thousands, and I can tell you from the experience of most of my life that there are all kinds of people out there. All kinds, my boy. Perfect people, perfect women. You just haven't met them. That's the first time I've heard anyone say that. It's because someone who's perfect in your mind isn't necessarily perfect in the minds of others. This girl of your dreams, to me, she's got obvious, well, imperfections. So there's a good chance of finding her. But directors can search for an ideal actor out of tens of thousands of people and not find them in the end. Those directors can't match our professional search capabilities. We're not just looking at tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, or millions of people. The tools and techniques we use are more sophisticated than any directors. The computers at the police analysis centers, say, can find a match out of upwards of 100 million faces in just half a day. The only catch is that this is beyond the scope of my duties, so I'll need to report to the higher authorities first. If they approve and assign the task to me, then of course I'll do my best. Tell them that it's an important part of the Wallfacer project and must be taken seriously. Shi Qiang chuckled opaquely and then took his leave.
What? The PDC needs to find him? Kent groped for the Chinese term. A dream lover? The guy's been indulged too much. I'm sorry. I can't pass along your request.
Then you are in violation of the Wallfacer project principle. No matter how incomprehensible a Wallfacer's order is, it must be reported and executed. Any veto belongs to the PDC.
But we can't use society's resources to allow a person like him to live the life of an emperor. Mr. Shi, we haven't been working together long, but I really respect you. You're an experienced and insightful man. So tell me the truth. Do you really think Luoji is carrying out the Wallfacer project?
Shi Qiang shook his head. I don't know. He raised a hand to stop Kent from arguing. However, sir, that's just my ignorance, not the opinion of our superiors. This is the biggest difference between you and me. I'm just someone who faithfully carries out orders. You're someone who always has to ask why.
Is that wrong?
It's not about right or wrong. If everyone had to be clear about why before they executed an order, then the world would have plunged into chaos long ago. Mr. Kent, you do outrank me, but when you get down to it, we're both people who carry out orders. We ought to understand that some things aren't for people like us to think over. It's enough to do our duty. If you can't do that, then I'm afraid you'll have a rough time.
I'm already having a rough time. We just wasted gobs of money buying that sunken wine. I just think... Look, does he look like a Wallfacer at all?
What should a Wallfacer look like?
Kent was speechless for a moment.
Even if there were a template for a Wallfacer, Luoji is not entirely inconsistent with it.
What? Asked Kent, a little taken aback. You're not saying that you see a certain amount of quality in him.
That I am.
Well, damn it, what do you see?
Shi Qiang clapped a hand to Kent's shoulder. You, for example. If the Wallfacer mantle descended upon you, you would be an opportunistic hedonist just like him.
I'd have broken down long before now.
That's right. But Luoji's carefree. Nothing bothers him. Kent, old fellow, do you think what he's doing is easy? Open-mindedness is what this is, and anyone who wants to do great things needs to be open-minded. Someone like you won't accomplish great things.
But he's so... I mean, if he's just carefree like that, how does it relate to the Wallfacer project?
I've been explaining it all this time, and you still don't get it? I said that I don't know. How do you know that what the guy's doing right now isn't part of the plan? Once again, this isn't something for you or I to judge. Taking a step back, even if we're correct in what we think.
Shi Qiang drew close to Kent and lowered his voice.
Some things require time.
Kent stared at Shi Qiang for a long moment,
and at last shook his head, unsure whether or not he understood that last sentence.
Fine. I'll make the report. But can you let me see that dream lover of his first?
When he saw the woman on the screen, Kent's old face grew gentle for an instant. He rubbed his jaw and said,
"Oh, my God. I don't believe for a moment that anyone like that exists, but I hope you find her soon."
"Colonel, do you find it a little abrupt for me to inspect the political and ideological work of your military in my capacity?" Tyler said when he met Zhang Beihai.
"No, Mr. Tyler. There's precedent for it. Rumsfeld once visited the Central Military Commission's party school when I was studying there."
Zhang Beihai lacked the curiosity, caution, and distance that Tyler had observed in the other officers. He appeared sincere, and that made the conversation easier. "You've got good English. You must be from the Navy."
"That's right. The U.S. Space Force drew an even larger proportion from the Navy than we did."
"That venerable old branch of the services would never have imagined that its warships would be sailing into space. I'll be frank. When General Chang Wei-se introduced you as the finest political cadre in the Space Force, I thought you would be Army, because the Army is the soul of your military." Zhang Beihai clearly did not agree, but he laughed graciously.
"The same soul is found throughout the different branches of the military. In every country's nascent Space Force, the military culture bears the imprint of its various branches."
"I'm quite interested in your political and ideological work. I was hoping I could do some in-depth investigation."
"Not a problem at all. My superiors have instructed me to hold nothing back, within the scope of my work."
"Thank you." Tyler hesitated before going on. "My purpose in this trip is to obtain an answer. I'd like to ask you first."
"Of course. Go ahead."
"Colonel, do you believe that we can restore the spirit of armies of the past?"
"What do you mean by past?"
"A wide range of time, from perhaps ancient Greece through the Second World War. What's key is the spiritual commonalities I mentioned. Duty and honor above all, and, in time of need, to unhesitatingly lay down one's life. You may have noticed that after the Second World War, this spirit vanished from the military in democratic and authoritarian countries alike."
"The Army is drawn from society, so it would mean that the past spirit you speak of would need to be restored throughout society."
"Our views agree on this point."
"But, Mr. Tyler, that is impossible."
"Why? We have 400 years. In the past, human society used exactly that amount of time to evolve from the era of collective heroism to one of individualism. So why can't we use the same amount of time to evolve back?"
Zhang Beihai considered this for a moment, then said, "This is a profound question, but I think that society has grown up and can never return to its childhood. In the 400 years that led to the formation of modern society, we see no cultural or mental preparation for this sort of crisis."
"Then from what do you draw your confidence? As far as I'm aware, you are a committed triumphalist. How will a space fleet brimming with defeatism face a powerful enemy?"
"Didn't you just say we have 400 years? If we can't go backward, then we must move resolutely forward."
Zhang Beihai's answer was opaque. Tyler obtained nothing else from the ensuing conversation, but a feeling that the man's thoughts went deeper than a brief visit could reveal. Tyler passed a sentry as he left the Space Force headquarters. When their eyes met, the sentry greeted him with a shy smile. It was something he hadn't seen in other countries' militaries, whose sentries stared intently straight ahead. Looking at the young man's face, Tyler once again repeated that line to himself. Mom, I'm going to be a firefly. It began to rain that evening for the first time since Luoji had arrived at the estate, and the living room was quite cold. He sat beside the unlit fireplace and listened to the rain outside, feeling that the house was located on a lonely island in the middle of a dark ocean. He wrapped himself in the boundless solitude. With Shiqiang gone, he had been restlessly waiting, and this lonely wait was itself a kind of happiness. Then he heard a car pull up to the porch and caught snatches of conversation. The soft, gentle voice of a woman saying thank you and goodbye jolted him like an electric shock. 2 years ago, he had heard the same sound day and night in his dreams. The ethereal sound, a wisp of gossamer floating through the blue sky, brought a fleeting sunshine to the gloomy evening. Then there was a light knock at the door. He sat stiffly in place, and only after a long while did he finally open his mouth and say, "Come in." The door opened. A slender figure floated in on a breath of rain. The sole light in the living room was a floor lamp with an old-fashioned lampshade that cast a circle of illumination beside the fireplace, but lit the rest of the room only dimly. Luoji couldn't make out her face, but noticed that she wore white trousers and a dark jacket that stood in stark contrast to her white collar and made him think of lilies.
"Hello, Mr. Luo,"
she said. "Hello," he said, standing up. "Is it cold outside?"
"Not in the car."
Although he couldn't see her clearly, he knew she was smiling.
"But here,"
she looked around her.
"Here it's a little cold. I'm Zhuang Yan, Mr. Luo."
"Hello, Zhuang Yan. Let's light the fireplace." And so Luoji knelt down and put some of the neatly stacked fruit wood into the fireplace. He said, "Have you ever seen one before? Here, come have a seat." She came over and sat on the sofa, still in the shadows.
"Oh, only in the movies."
Luoji struck a match and lit the fire starter under the woodpile. The flame stretched like it was alive, and the woman gradually took shape in its soft golden glow. Luoji gripped tightly to the match with 2 fingers as it burnt down. He needed the pain to tell him this wasn't a dream. It was like he had ignited the sun, which now shone on a dream world turned reality. Outside, the sun could remain forever hidden by clouds and night, so long as his world had her and the firelight in it. "Dasher, you really are a devil. Where did you find her? How the hell were you able to find her?" Luoji looked away, back into the fire, and tears came unbidden to his eyes. This made him a little scared to look at her, until he realized there was no reason to hide. She would probably think it was the smoke that made him cry. He rubbed his tears away with a hand.
"It's really warm and nice,"
she said with a smile as she watched the flames. Her words and her smile made Luoji's heart tremble.
"Why is it like this?"
She looked up and glanced around the dim living room a second time. "It's not the same as you imagined?"
"It's not the same."
"It's not..." He thought about her name. "It's not dignified enough for you?" She smiled at him.
"My name is the Yan that means color, not dignity."
"Oh, I see. Perhaps you think there ought to be lots of maps and a large screen and clusters of uniformed generals, and I'd be here pointing at things with a stick,"
That's it exactly, Mr. Luo.
Delighted, her smile blossomed like a rose in bloom. Luoji stood up. You must be tired from the journey. Have some tea. He hesitated. Or would you care for some wine? It'll ward off the cold. She nodded.
Okay.
She accepted the goblet with a quiet thank you and took a small sip. Looking at her innocently holding the wineglass stirred the most delicate parts of his mind. She drank when invited. She trusted the world and had no wariness about it at all. Yes, everything in the world was lying in wait to hurt her, except here. She needed to be cared for here. This was her castle. He sat down and looked at her, and then said, as calmly as he could, What did they tell you before you came?
That I'd be coming to work, of course.
She flashed him that innocent smile that dashed his heart to pieces.
Mr. Luo, what will I be working on?
What did you study?
Traditional painting, at the Central Academy of Fine Arts.
Ah. Have you graduated?
Yes, I just graduated, and have been looking for work while I prepare for grad school.
Luoji considered this for a while, but he couldn't come up with anything for her to do. Well, as for work, we'll talk about that tomorrow. You must be tired. First, you must sleep well. Do you like it here?
I don't know. There was a lot of fog when I came from the airport, and then it got dark, so I couldn't see anything. Mr. Luo, where is this?
I don't know either. She nodded and chuckled to herself, clearly not believing him. I really don't know where we are. The land looks like Scandinavia. I could call and ask right now. He reached for the phone next to the sofa.
No, don't, Mr. Luo. It's nice not knowing.
Why?
Once you know, the world turns narrow.
My God, he exclaimed to himself. All of a sudden, she exclaimed,
Mr. Luo, look at how lovely the wine is in the firelight.
The wine, soaked in the light of the fire, shone with a glistening crimson found only in dreams. What do you think it looks like? He asked nervously.
Well, I think it looks like eyes.
The eyes of twilight, no?
The eyes of twilight? That's a marvelous way to put it, Mr. Luo.
Dawn or twilight? You prefer twilight, do you?
That's right. How did you know? I love painting the twilight.
Her eyes shone crystalline in the firelight, as if asking, What's wrong with that? The next morning, after the rain had cleared, Luoji felt as if God had washed out this Garden of Eden to prepare for Zhuang Yan's arrival. When she saw its true appearance for the first time, what Luoji heard was not the squeals and fussing and exclamations that young women like her usually made. No, in the face of such a magnificent vista, she fell into an awed and breathless state and was unable to speak even one word of praise. He could tell that she was far more sensitive to natural beauty than other women. So you really like to paint? He asked. She stared speechless at the distant snow peak, and it was some time before she recovered her senses.
Oh, yes. But if I'd grown up here, I probably wouldn't.
Why's that?
I've imagined lots of wonderful places, and when I paint them, it's like I've been there. But this place has everything from my dreams and imagination. So what would a painting do?
That's true. When the beauty in your imagination becomes reality,
It's really... He trailed off and glanced at Zhuang Yan against the sunrise, the angel who had stepped out of his dream. The happiness in his heart rippled like the waves on the lake sparkling in the light. The UN and the PDC never imagined that this would be a consequence of the Wallfacer project. If he died now, he wouldn't care.
Mr. Luo, if it rained so much yesterday, why hasn't the snow on that mountain been washed away?
She asked. The rain fell below the snow line. The mountain has snow year-round. The climate here is very different from back in China.
Have you been to the mountain?
No, I haven't been here very long. He noticed that the girl's eyes never left the mountain. Do you like snowcaps? She nodded. Then let's go.
Really? When?
She exclaimed in excitement. We can set off now. There's a simple roadway that runs to the foot of the mountain, and if we go now, we can be back by evening.
What about work?
Zhuang Yan tore her eyes from the mountain and looked at Luoji. Work can be set aside for now. You just arrived, he said perfunctorily.
Well...
She tilted her head, giving his heart a jolt. The naive expression was one he had seen on her countless times before.
Mr. Luo, I've got to know what it is I'm doing.
He looked into the distance and thought for a few seconds, then said with finality, I'll tell you when we've reached the mountain.
Great. Then we should be off, shouldn't we?
Right. It's easier if we take the boat to the other side of the lake and then drive from there. They walked to the end of the pier. Luoji noted that the wind was favorable, so they could take the sailboat. The direction would change at night, so they would be able to catch it again coming back. He took her by the hand to help her into the boat. It was the first time he had touched her, and her hands were exactly like the ones he had first clasped on that winter night in his imagination, so soft and cool. She was pleasantly surprised when he raised the white spinnaker. When the boat left the pier, she plunged a hand into the water. The lake water is very cold, he said.
But it's so clean and clear.
Like your eyes, he said to himself. Why do you like snowcaps?
I like traditional painting.
What's that got to do with snowcaps?
Mr. Luo, are you aware of the difference between traditional painting and oil painting? Oil paintings are brimming with rich colors. A master once said that in oil painting, white is as precious as gold. But it's different with traditional painting. There's lots and lots of blank space, and blank space forms the painting's eyes. The scenery is just the border for that blank space. Look at that snowy peak. Doesn't it look like the blank space in a traditional painting?
This was the most she had ever said to him. She lectured the Wallfacer, pouring out words and turning him into an ignorant schoolboy, without any sense of being out of line. You're like the blank space in a traditional painting. Pure, but to a mature appreciation, infinitely appealing, he thought as he looked at her. The boat docked at a pier on the opposite shore, where an open-top Jeep was parked next to the trees. The driver who had parked it there was gone.
Is this a military car? I saw troops around when I arrived and had to go past 3 sentry points,
she said as they got into the car. That doesn't matter. They won't bother us, he said, starting the engine. The road passing through the forest was narrow and rough, but the car drove smoothly on it. In the forest, where the morning mist had not yet lifted, the sun penetrated the tall pines with shafts of light, and even through the engine sound, they could hear the calls of birds in the trees. A sweet breeze whipped up Zhuang Yan's hair and tossed it about on Luoji's face,
and the itching made him think of the winter road trip 2 years ago. Everything about their surroundings was completely remote from Mount Taihang and the snowy northern China plains. But his dreams from that trip were so seamlessly connected to today's reality that he found it hard to believe that it was actually happening to him. He turned to look at Zhuang Yan and found her looking back at him. She had been for a long time, it seemed. The look in her eyes was one of slight curiosity mixed with goodwill and innocence. Sunbeams flickered over her face and body. When she saw Luoji looking at her, she did not turn away.
Mr. Luo, do you really have the ability to defeat the aliens?
She asked. He was completely overcome by her childlike nature. The question was one that no one but her would ever ask a wall-facer, and they had known each other so briefly. Zhuang Yan, the core meaning of the Wall-Facer Project is to encapsulate humanity's real strategy in the mind of one person, the only place in the world that's safe from Sofan spying. They had to choose a few people, but that doesn't mean those people are Supermen. Superman doesn't exist.
But why were you chosen?
That question was even more abrupt and outrageous than the previous one, but it sounded natural coming from Zhuang Yan's lips, because in her transparent heart, every sunbeam was transmitted and refracted with crystalline clarity. Luoji slowed the car to a stop. She looked at him in surprise as he stared straight ahead at the patches of sun on the roadway. Wall-facers are the most untrustworthy people in history. The world's greatest liars.
That's your duty.
He nodded. But, Zhuang Yan, I'm going to tell you the truth. Please believe me. She nodded.
Mr. Luo, please continue. I believe you.
He was silent for a long while, increasing the weight of the words he then uttered. I don't know why I was chosen. He turned to her. I'm just an ordinary man. She nodded again.
It must be very hard.
Those words, and Zhuang Yan's look of innocence, again brought tears to his eyes. It was the first time he had received such an acknowledgement since becoming a wall-facer. The girl's eyes were his paradise, and in that clear gaze, he saw no trace of the expression that everyone else directed at the wall-facers. Her smile was paradise for him too. It wasn't the wall-facer smile, but a pure, innocent smile, like a sun-drenched dewdrop falling softly into the driest part of his soul. It'll be hard, but I'd like to make it easier. That's all. Here endeth the truth. We now return to the wall-facer state, he said, and he restarted the engine. They drove on in silence until the trees grew sparse and the deep blue sky emerged overhead.
Mr. Luo, look at that eagle!
Zhuang Yan shouted. And that over there looks like a deer. He pointed, fast enough to distract her attention, because he knew that the object in the sky wasn't an eagle, but a circling sentry drone. This reminded him of Shi Qiang. He took out his phone and dialed. Shi Qiang answered. Hey, Brother Luo. So now you remember me, eh? First, tell me, how's Yan Yan doing? Fine. Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you. That's good. So it turns out I've completed my final mission. Final mission? Where are you? Back home. I'm getting ready for hibernation. What? I've got leukemia. I'm going to the future to cure it. Luoji slammed his foot down on the brakes and stopped short. Zhuang Yan yelped. He looked at her in concern, but seeing that nothing was wrong, he resumed talking to Shi Qiang.
When did this happen?
I got irradiated on a previous mission, and then got ill last year.
My God, I didn't delay you, did I?
With this sort of thing, delay isn't relevant. Who knows what medicine will be like in the future?
I'm truly sorry, Da Shi.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's all part of the job. I didn't bother you about it because I figured we would be able to meet again sometime. But I'd like to tell you something in case we can't.
Please.
After a lengthy silence, Shi Qiang said, 3 things are unfilial, and having no issue is the greatest. Brother Luo, the lineage of the Shi family 400 years from now is in your hands.
The call disconnected. Luoji looked up at the sky, where the drone had disappeared. The empty blue wash of the sky was his heart.
You were talking to Uncle Shi?
Zhuang Yan asked. Yes. Did you meet him?
I met him. He's a nice man. The day I left, he accidentally broke the skin on his hand and it wouldn't stop bleeding. It was pretty scary.
Oh. Did he say anything to you?
He said you were doing the most important thing in the world, and he asked me to help you.
Now the forest had entirely disappeared, leaving only grassland between them and the mountain. In silver and green, the composition of the world had turned simple and pure, and, to Luoji's mind, more and more like the girl sitting beside him. He noticed a hint of melancholy in her eyes, and he became aware that she was sighing softly. Yan Yan, what's wrong? He asked. It was the first time he had called her that, but he thought, if Da Shi can call her that, why can't I?
It's such a beautiful world. But when you think about how someday there may be no one here to see it, it's quite sad.
Won't the aliens be here?
I don't think they appreciate beauty.
Why?
My dad said that people who are sensitive to beauty are good by nature, and if they're not good, then they can't appreciate beauty.
Yan Yan, their approach to humans is a rational choice. It's the responsible thing to do for the survival of their species, and has nothing to do with good or evil.
That's the first I've heard of it. Mr. Luo, you're going to see them, aren't you?
Perhaps.
If they're really like you say, and you defeat them in the Doomsday Battle, then, well, could you...
She tilted her head to look at him, and hesitated. He was about to say that the possibility of that was practically nil, but he controlled himself and said, Could I what?
Why do you have to drive them out into space to die? Give them a plot of land, and let them coexist with us. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Luoji dealt silently with his emotions for a moment, then pointed up to the sky and said, Yan Yan, I'm not the only one who heard what you just said. Zhuang Yan looked up nervously.
Oh, right. There must be tons of Sophons around us.
It might have been the Tri-Solar High Consul himself who heard you.
And you're all laughing at me, aren't you?
No. Yan Yan, do you know what I'm thinking right now? He had a strong impulse to take hold of her slender left hand, which was lying next to the steering wheel, but he controlled himself. I'm thinking that the person who might actually have a chance of saving the world is you.
Me?
She burst out laughing. You. Except that you're not enough. Or rather, there aren't enough people like you.
If a third of humanity was like you, then Trisolaris might negotiate with us about the possibility of coexisting on the world. But now, he let out a long sigh. Zhuang Yan flashed a helpless smile.
Mr. Luo, it hasn't been easy for me. Going out into the world after graduation, I was like a fish swimming into the sea, where the water was muddy and I couldn't see anything at all. I wanted to swim to clearer waters, but all that swimming got tiring.
I wish I could help you swim to those waters, he said to himself. The road began to climb the mountain, and as the altitude increased, the vegetation grew sparse, exposing the naked black rock. For one stretch of road, they seemed to be driving on the surface of the moon. But soon they crossed the snow line and were surrounded by white, and a crisp chill filled the air. He grabbed down jackets from the travel bag in the back seat, and they put them on and continued ahead. Before long, they reached a roadblock, a conspicuous sign in the middle of the road that warned, "Danger, avalanche season, road ahead closed." So they got out of the car and walked to the snow at the roadside. The sun had started its descent, casting shadows around them on the snowy slope. The pure snow was pale blue in color, almost weakly fluorescent. The jagged peaks in the distance were still lit and shone silver in all directions, a light that seemed to issue from the snow itself, as if it was this mountain and not the sun that had been illuminating the world all along. "Okay, now the painting's entirely blank," he said, sweeping his hands about him. Zhang Yan drank in the white world around her.
Mr. Luo, I actually did do a painting like this once. From a distance, it was a white sheet of paper, almost entirely blank. But closer in, you would see fine reeds in the lower left corner, and in the upper right, the traces of a disappearing bird. In the blank center, two infinitesimally tiny people. It's the painting I'm proudest of.
I can imagine it. It must be magnificent. So, Zhuang Yan, now that we're in this blank world, are you interested in learning about your job? She nodded, but looked anxious. You know about the Wallfacer project, and you know that its success relies on its incomprehensibility. At its highest level, no one on Earth or Trisolaris, apart from the Wallfacer himself, understands it. So, Zhuang Yan, no matter how inexplicable you find your work, it definitely has meaning. Don't try to understand it. Just do it as best you can. She nodded nervously.
Yes, I understand.
Then she laughed and shook her head.
I mean, I get it.
Looking at her amid the snow, the whiteness lost all dimension, and the world faded around her, leaving her its only presence. 2 years before, when the literary image he had created had come to life in his imagination, he had tasted love. Now, in the blank space of this grand natural painting, he understood love's ultimate mystery. Zhuang Yan, your work is to make yourself happy. Her eyes widened. You must become the happiest woman on earth. This is part of the Wallfacer plan. The light of the peak that illuminated their world was reflected in her eyes, and complex feelings drifted across the purity of her gaze. The snowy peak absorbed all sound from the outside world, and he waited patiently in the silence, until finally she said, in a voice that seemed to come from a great distance,
"Then, what should I do?"
Luoji grew animated. Whatever you want to. Tomorrow, or when we go back tonight, you can go wherever you want and do whatever you wish, and live life as you please. As a wall facer, I can help you realize all of it.
But
She looked at him helplessly.
Mr. Luo, I don't need anything.
That's not possible. Everyone needs something. Aren't young people always chasing after something?
Have I ever chased after anything?
She slowly shook her head.
No, I don't think so.
Ah, yes. A carefree young woman like you might not need to. But you've got to have a dream at least. You like painting, so have you ever thought of having an individual exhibition at the world's largest gallery or art museum? She laughed, as if Luoji had turned into a foolish child.
Mr. Luo, I paint for myself. I've never thought about that stuff.
Well then, you must have dreamed of love, he said without hesitation. You've got the means now, so why not go find it? The sunset was draining its light from the snowy peak. Zhuang Yan's eyes darkened, and her expression softened. She said gently,
Mr. Luo, that's not something you can go in search of.
True. He calmed himself down and nodded. Then, how about this? Don't think long term. Just think about tomorrow. Tomorrow, you know? Where do you want to go tomorrow? What do you want to do? What will make you happy tomorrow? You're able to come up with something, surely. She thought earnestly for a while, and finally said, hesitantly,
If I tell you, can you really make it happen?
Of course. Tell me.
Then, Mr. Luo, can you take me to the Louvre?
When Tyler removed the blindfold, his eyes weren't adjusted to the light, and he had to squint. Despite the bright lights affixed to the rock walls of this mountain cave, it was dark here, quite dark in fact, because the light was absorbed by the walls. He smelled antiseptic and noticed the cave was set up like a field hospital, with lots of open aluminum cases containing neatly packed drugs, as well as oxygen tanks, small UV disinfectant cabinets, mobile shadowless operating lamps, and several portable medical devices that looked like X-ray machines and defibrillators. It looked like it had just been unpacked and could be reboxed at any time. Tyler saw 2 assault rifles hanging on a rock wall, but their similarity in color to the rock behind made them easy to miss. A stony-faced man and woman walked past him. They weren't in white lab coats, but they were definitely a doctor and a nurse. The bed, near the cave entrance, was a sea of white. The curtains behind it, the old man under the bed sheets, the old man's long beard, the scarf around his head, and even his face, all white. The light in that area was more like candlelight, obscuring some of the whiteness and casting a weak golden sheen across the remainder, turning the place into a classical oil painting of a saint. Tyler spat inwardly. Damn it to hell. How did it come to this? As he walked over to the bed, he tried to overcome the pain in his hip and inner thigh by adopting a stately, steady pace. He stopped at the bedside, before the man that he and his government had dreamed of finding for so many years. He could hardly believe he was real. He looked at the old man's pale face, and it was like the media always said. This was the kindliest face in the world. Man truly was a peculiar animal. I'm honored to meet you, Tyler said with a slight bow. As am I, the old man said politely. He didn't move, but while his voice was reed thin, It could render power inert, but never snap, like spider silk. The old man gestured to the end of the bed, and Tyler sat down gingerly, not knowing whether or not it was intended as kindness. There was no chair, after all. The old man said, "You must be tired. Was it your first time on a mule?" "Ah, no. I rode one when I visited the Grand Canyon," although his legs hadn't hurt so much back then. "Are you doing well?" The old man slowly shook his head. "Surely you can see that I don't have long to live." A playful light suddenly entered his deep eyes. "You're about the least likely person to want me to die of illness. I am truly sorry." The irony in this last sentence pricked Tyler, but it was the truth. One of his greatest fears had once been that the man would die of illness or old age. The Secretary of Defense had prayed on many an occasion that an American cruise missile or Special Forces bullet would drop on the man's head before he died of natural causes, even if it happened just a minute before death. Natural death would be the man's greatest triumph, and mark the failure of the war on terror. Even now, the man was edging close to glory. There had been opportunities, of course. Once, a Predator drone had snapped his picture in the courtyard of a mosque in the mountains of northern Afghanistan. Simply crashing the drone into him would have made history, not to mention the fact that it had been carrying Hellfire missiles that day. But the young officer on duty lacked the courage to make a unilateral decision once he made the positive ID. Instead, he had reported it up the command chain, and when they checked again, the target was gone. Tyler, roused from his bed, had erupted in anger and shattered a precious piece of Chinese porcelain he had at home. Tyler wanted to avoid the awkward subject, so he brought out his briefcase and set it on the bed. "I have a small gift for you," he said, opening the case. He took out a set of hardcover books. "This is the latest Arabic version." With effort, the old man reached out a hand as thin as kindling and plucked out the bottommost volume. "Ah, I've only read the first trilogy. I had someone buy the others, but I never had the time to read them, and then I lost them. Excellent. Thank you. I like them very much." "There's a legend that says you named your organization after these novels." The old man set the book gently to one side and smiled. "Let it stay a legend. You have your wealth and technology. Legends are all we have." Tyler picked up the book the old man had set down and faced him like a pastor holding a Bible. "I've come to make you into Selden." The same playful light returned to the old man's eyes. "Oh? What do I need to do?" "Let your organization be preserved." "Preserved until when?" "Until 4 centuries from now. Until the Doomsday Battle." "And you think that's possible?" "Yes, if it continues to develop. Let its soul and spirit permeate the Space Force, so that your organization will be part of it forever." "And you value that so highly because?" The sarcasm in the old man's voice grew stronger. "Because it's one of the few armed forces available to humanity that uses lives as a weapon. You know, fundamental science has been frozen by the Sophons, and this imposes corresponding limitations on advances in computer science and artificial intelligence. In the Doomsday Battle, space fighters will still be piloted by humans, and that requires an army who possesses that spirit. Ball lightning requires a close-range attack, something that can only be accomplished by an army who possesses that spirit." "What else have you brought with you besides those books?" Tyler stood up excitedly from the bed. "That depends on what you need." So long as you can ensure the preservation of your organization, I can give you anything. The old man motioned for Tyler to sit down.
I sympathize with you. After so many years, you still don't know what our needs truly are.
You can tell me.
Weapons? Money? No. No. What we need is far more precious. The organization doesn't exist because of Seldon's ambitious goals. You can't get a sane, rational person to believe in and die for that. It exists because it possesses something. Something that's its air and blood, and without which the organization would wither away immediately.
What's that?
Hatred.
Tyler was silent.
On the one hand, thanks to our common enemy, our hatred of the West has faded. On the other, the human race that the Trisolarans want to wipe out includes the hated West. So to us, perishing together would be a joy. So we don't hate the Trisolarans.
The old man spread his hands.
You see, hatred is a treasure more precious than gold or diamonds, and a weapon keener than any in the world. But now it's gone. It's not yours to give back. So the organization, like me, does not have long to live.
Tyler remained silent.
As for Seldon, I'd say his plan is an impossible one.
Tyler let out a sigh and sat back down on the bed. You mean you've read the ending? The old man raised an eyebrow in surprise.
No, I haven't read it. That's just what I think. What? Does the Seldon plan fail in the book? The author is an exceptional man, if that's the case. I'd imagined he wrote a happy ending. May Allah protect him.
Asimov's been dead for many years.
Ah, the wise always die young. May he find heaven, whichever one it is.
For most of the way back, Tyler was not blindfolded, giving him the opportunity to see the steep, barren mountains of Afghanistan. The young man who led his mule even trusted him enough to leave his assault rifle hanging from the saddle, right next to Tyler's hand. Have you killed anyone with that gun? He asked. The young man didn't understand, but an older, unarmed man riding next to them answered for him.
No, there hasn't been any fighting for a long time.
The young man looked up questioningly at Tyler. He had no beard on his childlike face, and his eyes were as clear as the blue sky of Western Asia. Mom, I'm going to be a firefly. At the 4th PDC wall-facer hearing, Tyler appeared fatigued from his long journey as he submitted revisions to his mosquito swarm plan. I want every fighter in the mosquito fleet to be equipped with 2 control systems, a pilot-operated mode and a drone mode. Switching to drone mode will allow me to control all of the fighters in the fleet.
You're very hands-on,
Hines snickered. I'll be able to instruct the fleet to form a mosquito group and voyage to the battle zone, then tell it to disassemble and re-enter formation. When it engages the enemy fleet, I will command the weapons module on each fighter to select its own target and attack automatically. I'd imagine that even with the lockdown on the fundamentals of physics, current AI technology will develop enough in the next 3 centuries to permit that.
Do you mean that you plan to hibernate until the Doomsday Battle, and then directly engage the Trisolaran fleet?
Do I have a choice? You know I've just been to Japan, China, and Afghanistan, and didn't find what I'm looking for there.
And you visited that devil?
The U.S. representative said. That's right. I saw him. But Tyler gave a long, dejected sigh. Nothing. I'll keep trying to establish a force of dedicated space fighters, but if I can't, then I'll have to guide them into the final attack myself. No one spoke. Where the Doomsday Battle was concerned, people usually chose to be silent. Tyler continued. I have another supplement to the mosquito swarm plan. I want to conduct my own studies of certain bodies in the solar system in areas of my choosing. These bodies include Europa, Ceres, and several comets. How is this related to the spacefighter fleet? Someone asked. Do I need to answer that? Tyler asked, looking at the rotating chair. No one spoke. Of course, he didn't have to answer. Finally, I have a recommendation. The PDC and every nation on Earth should scale back their attacks on the ETO. Ray Diaz jumped out of his chair. Mr. Tyler, even if you claim that this is part of the plan, I strongly oppose this outrageous proposal. Tyler shook his head. This is not part of the plan. It's totally unconnected to the Wallfacer project. The reason for my suggestion is obvious. If we persist in our attacks on the ETO, in 2 or 3 years, we may wipe it out, and we will lose the only direct channel for communication between Earth and Trisolaris. We'll have lost the most important source of enemy intelligence. I'm sure you understand what the consequences would be. Hines said, I agree, but this proposal shouldn't be made by a Wallfacer. The 3 of us are a unit in the minds of the public, so please keep our reputation in mind. The hearing ended in unresolved arguments, but an agreement was reached for the PDC to conduct further study of the 3 revisions to Tyler's plan and put them to a vote at the next hearing. Tyler remained seated until he was the last one in the assembly hall. He was exhausted and drowsy after his lengthy travels, and as he looked around the empty room, he suddenly realized a risk he had overlooked. He needed to find a doctor or a psychologist and a specialist in sleep medicine. He had to find someone to stop him from talking in his sleep. Luoji and Zhuang Yan walked toward the main entrance of the Louvre at 10 p.m. Kent had advised them to visit at night to facilitate more convenient security. The first thing they saw was the glass pyramid, shielded from the nighttime din of Paris by the U-shaped palace building, and standing quietly under the watery moonlight as if it were made of silver.
Mr. Luo, don't you get the feeling that it flew in from outer space?
Zhuang Yan asked, pointing to the pyramid. Everyone has that feeling, Luoji said.
At first it feels a little out of place, but the more you look at it, the more it seems to be an integral part of the place.
The meeting of 2 vastly different worlds, Luoji thought, but did not say. Then the whole pyramid lit up, turning from moonlit silver to a brilliant gold. At the same time, the fountains came on in the surrounding pools, sending tall columns of water and light skyward. Zhuang Yan glanced at Luoji in alarm, unsettled by the Louvre's awakening at their arrival. Accompanied by water sounds, they made their way down the pyramid into the Hall Napoleon, and then into the palace. Their first destination was the largest exhibition hall. It was 200 meters long and softly lit, and their footsteps echoed down the emptiness. Luoji quickly realized that it was only his footsteps echoing, for Zhuang Yan walked lightly on cat-like steps, like a child in a fairy tale who enters a magic castle and is afraid of waking what slumbers there. He slowed his pace, not for the artwork, which didn't interest him at all, but to let the distance between them grow and allow him to appreciate her among this world of art, gazing upon the beauty of this Eastern woman, along with the full-figured Greek gods, angels, and the Blessed Virgin in the surrounding classical oil paintings. Like the glass pyramid in the courtyard, she soon blended into the environment and became part of the sacred realm of art. Without her, this place would be missing something. In a reverie or a dream or a vision, he let time pass by quietly. After a time, Zhuang Yan finally remembered Luoji's presence and flashed a smile back at him. His heart quaked at what felt to him like a bolt of light sent to the mortal realm from a painting of Mount Olympus. "I've heard that with a trained eye, it would take you a whole year to see all of the pieces here," he said.
"I know,"
was her simple reply, but her eyes said, "What should I do?" Then she turned her attention to the paintings. In all this time, she had seen only 5 of them. "It doesn't matter, Yan Yan. I can look at them with you every night for a year." The words slipped out. She turned to look at him, visibly excited.
"Really?"
"Really."
"Well, Mr. Luo, have you ever been here before?"
"No, but I went to the Centre Pompidou when I came to Paris 3 years ago. At first, I thought you would be more interested in going there." She shook her head.
"I don't like modern art."
"Then all this?" He glanced around at the gods, angels, and Blessed Virgin. "You don't think it's too old?"
"I don't like it too old. I just like paintings of the Renaissance."
"Those are pretty old too."
"But they don't feel old to me. Those painters were the first to discover human beauty, and they painted God as a pleasing person. Looking at these works, you can sense their joy in painting, the same joy I felt when I first saw the lake and the snow peak."
"That's good. But the humanistic spirit pioneered by the Renaissance masters has become a stumbling block."
"You mean in the tri-solar crisis?"
"Yes. You must have seen what's been happening lately. 4 centuries from now, the post-disaster world might return to the Middle Ages, with humanity once again subjected to extreme repression."
"And art will enter a long winter's night, right?"
Looking at her innocent eyes, he smiled wryly to himself. "Silly kid. You talk about art, but if humanity does manage to survive, regressing to a primitive society would be a small price to pay." But he said, "When that time comes, there may be a second Renaissance, and you could rediscover forgotten beauty and paint it." She smiled a smile tinged with sadness, clearly understanding the meaning behind Luoji's consoling words.
"I'm just thinking, after Doomsday, what will happen to these paintings and artworks?"
"You're worried about that?" he asked. When she mentioned Doomsday, his heart ached. But if his last attempt at comfort had failed, he was confident that he would succeed this time. So he took her hand and said, "Come on, let's go to the Asian art exhibit." Before the pyramid lobby was built, the Louvre was a giant maze. Getting to any particular gallery meant a long and winding detour. But now you could go directly from the Hall Napoleon beneath the pyramid to any point in the museum. Luoji and Zhuang Yan returned to the entrance hall, followed the signs leading to the arts of Africa, Asia, Oceania, and the Americas, and wound up in an entirely different world from the galleries of classical European paintings. Luoji pointed out the sculptures, paintings, and old documents from Asia and Africa, and said, "These were taken by an advanced civilization from a backward one. Some were looted, others were stolen or defrauded. But look at them now. They're all well preserved. Even during the Second World War, these objects were transferred to a safe place." They stood before a Dunhuang mural sealed in a glass case. "Think about how much turmoil and war that land of ours has seen since the time Abbot Wang gave these to the Frenchmen. If the murals were left there, can you be certain they would have been this well preserved?
But will the Trisolarans preserve humanity's cultural heritage? They have no regard for us at all.
Because they said we're bugs? But that's not what that means. Yan Yan, do you know what the greatest expression of regard for a race or civilization is?
No? What?
Annihilation. That's the highest respect a civilization can receive. They would only feel threatened by a civilization they truly respect. They passed silently through the 24 galleries housing Asian art, walking through the distant past while imagining a gloomy future. Without realizing it, they reached the Egyptian Antiquities Gallery. Do you know who I'm thinking of here? Luoji stood beside a glass case containing the golden mask of a mummified pharaoh and tried out a lighter topic of conversation. Sophie Marceau.
Because of Belphegor, Phantom of the Louvre, right? Sophie Marceau is gorgeous. She's got Eastern looks, too.
For some reason, right or wrong, Luoji sensed traces of jealousy and offense in her voice. Yan Yan, she's not as beautiful as you. That's the truth. He also wanted to say, one might be able to find her beauty among these works of art, but yours eclipses them. But he didn't want to come off as sarcastic. The hint of a shy smile flitted across her face like a cloud. The first time he had seen this smile he remembered from his dreams.
Let's go back to the oil paintings,
she said softly. They returned to the Hall Napoleon, but forgot which entrance to use. The most visible signs pointed to the three jewels of the palace, the Mona Lisa, Venus de Milo, and Winged Victory. Let's see the Mona Lisa, he suggested. As they headed in that direction, she said,
Our teacher said that after he visited the Louvre, he was a little disgusted with the Mona Lisa and Venus de Milo.
Why was that?
Because tourists come for those two objects, but have no interest in less famous but equally great works of art.
I'm one of the great uncultured. They arrived at the mysterious smile, which was behind a thick wall of protective glass, and much smaller than Luoji had imagined. Even Zhuang Yan didn't seem particularly excited.
Seeing her reminds me of all of you,
she said, pointing at the figure in the painting. All of us?
The wall facers, of course.
What's she got to do with the wall facers?
Well, I wonder, and this is just speculation, so don't laugh. I wonder whether we could find a form of communication that only humans can comprehend, but which the Sophons never will. That way, humanity can be free of Sophon monitoring.
Luoji looked at her for several seconds, and then stared at the Mona Lisa. I get what you mean. Her smile is something that the Sophons and the Trisolarans will never understand.
That's right. Human expressions, and people's eyes in particular, are subtle and complex. A gaze or a smile can transmit so much information, and only humans can understand that information. Only humans have that sensitivity.
True. One of the biggest problems in artificial intelligence is identifying facial and eye expressions. Some experts even say that computers may never be able to read the eyes.
So is it possible to create a language of expressions and then speak with the face and the eyes?
Luoji thought this over seriously, then shook his head with a smile. He pointed at the Mona Lisa. We can't even read her expression. When I stare at her, the meaning of her smile changes every second and never repeats itself. Zhuang Yan jumped up and down excitedly, like a child.
But that means that facial expressions really can convey complex information.
And if the information is, the spacecraft have left Earth, destination Jupiter, how would you convey that using facial expressions?
When primitive man began to speak, surely it was only to convey simple meanings. It may even have been less complex than bird calls. Language gradually grew in complexity after that.
Well, let's try to convey a simple meaning through facial expressions.
Okay.
She nodded her head excitedly.
Here, let's each think of a message, and then exchange them.
Luoji paused for a moment. I've thought of mine. Zhuang Yan thought for a much longer time, and then nodded.
Then let's begin.
They stared at each other, but held that pose for less than half a minute before they burst out laughing at practically the same instant. My message was, tonight I'd like to invite you to have supper on the Champs-Élysées, he said. She doubled over with laughter.
Mine was, you need to shave.
These are grave matters concerning the fate of humanity, so we ought to remain serious, Luoji said, holding in his laughter.
This time, no laughing allowed,
she said, as serious as a child redefining the rules of a game. They stood back to back, each thinking of a message, and then turned around and locked eyes once again. Luoji felt the urge to laugh and strove to suppress it, but the task soon became much easier, for Zhuang Yan's clear eyes had begun to pluck at his heartstrings again. And so it was that the wall-facer and the young woman stood, gazes locked, in front of the smile of Mona Lisa in the Louvre, in the dead of night. The dam in Luoji's soul had sprung a tiny leak, and this trickle eroded it, expanding the tiny fissure into a turbulent stream. He grew afraid and strove to patch the crack in the dam, but was unable to. A collapse was inevitable. Then he felt like he was standing on a towering cliff top, and the girl's eyes were the vast abyss beneath, covered in a pure white sea of clouds. But the sun shone down from all directions and turned the clouds into a brilliance of color that surged endlessly. He felt himself sliding downward, a very slow slide, but one he could not arrest under his own power. In a panic, he shook his limbs to try and find a place to hold on. But beneath his body was nothing but slick ice. His slide accelerated until finally, with a burst of vertigo, he began to fall into the abyss. In an instant, the joy of falling reached the upper limit of pain. The Mona Lisa was deforming. The walls were deforming, melting like ice as the Louvre collapsed, its stones turning to red-hot magma as they fell. When the magma passed over their bodies, it felt cool as a clear spring. They fell with the Louvre, passing through a melted Europe toward the center of the earth, and when they reached it, the world around them exploded in a shower of gorgeous cosmic fireworks. Then the sparks extinguished, and in the twinkling of an eye, space became crystal clear. The stars wove crystal beams into a giant silver blanket, and the planets vibrated, emitting beautiful music. The star field grew dense like a surging tide. The universe contracted and collapsed, until at last, everything was annihilated in the creative light of love.
We need to observe Trisolaris right now,
General Fitzroy said to Dr. Ringier. They were in the control room of the Hubble 2 space telescope, a week after its assembly was completed.
General, I'm afraid that's not possible.
I have the feeling that the observations in progress right now are actually private work that you astronomers are doing on the side.
I'd have done my own work if it were possible, but Hubble 2 is still in the testing phase.
You're working for the military. Carrying out orders is all you need to do.
No one here is military apart from you. We're following NASA's testing plan.
The general's tone softened.
Doctor, can't you just use Trisolaris as a test target?
Test targets have been carefully selected according to distance and brightness classes, and the test plan has been formulated to be maximally economical, so that the telescope completes all tests after just one rotation. In order to observe Trisolaris now, we would need to rotate through an angle of nearly 30 degrees and back, and spinning this bad boy uses up propellant. We're saving the military money, General.
Let's have a look at how you're saving it then. I just found this on your computer, Fitzroy said as he brought a handout from behind his back. He held a printout of a photograph, an overhead shot of a group of people looking upward excitedly. They were recognizably the crew from this very control room, Ringier in their midst, along with 3 women in sexy poses who might have been the girlfriends of some in the group. The location of the photo was evidently the roof of the control room building, and the photo was very clear, as if it had been shot from 10 or 20 meters above. Where it differed from an ordinary photograph was in the complicated numbers overlaid atop it. Doctor, you're standing on the highest point of the building. It doesn't have a rocker arm like a movie set, does it? You're telling me that rotating Hubble 2 30 degrees costs money. Well, how much does it cost to rotate it 360 degrees? Because that $10 million investment wasn't made so you could snap photos of you and your girlfriends from space. Should I add that sum to your bill?
General, your order must of course be carried out, Ringier said hastily, and the engineers immediately went to work. Coordinate data was quickly called up from the target database. In space, the enormous cylinder, over 20 meters in diameter and more than 100 meters long, slowly started to turn, panning across the star field displayed on the screen in the control room.
This is what the telescope sees?
Asked the general. No, this is just the image returned by the positioning system. The telescope returns still photos that need to be processed before they're viewable. 5 minutes later, the panning stopped. The control system reported that positioning had been achieved, and after another 5 minutes, Ringier said, "Good. Now return to the test position." In surprise, Fitzroy asked,
"What? Is it done?"
"Yes. Now the images are being processed."
"Can't you take a few more?"
"General, we've captured 210 images at multiple focal lengths." At that moment, the first observation image finished processing, and Ringier pointed to the screen. "Look, General, there's the enemy world you want to see so badly." Fitzroy saw nothing but a group of 3 halos against a dark background. They were diffuse, like streetlights through fog. These were the 3 stars that would decide the fate of 2 civilizations.
So we really can't see the planet.
Fitzroy couldn't hide his disappointment. Of course we can't. Even when the 100-meter Hubble 3 is finished, we'll only be able to observe Trisolaris at a very few set positions, and we'll only be able to make it out as a dot, with no detail at all.
But there's something else here, Doctor. What do you think this is? Asked one of the engineers, pointing to a spot close to the 3 halos.
Fitzroy leaned in but saw nothing. It was so faint that only an expert could catch it.
"It's got a diameter larger than a star," an engineer said.
After enlarging the area several times, the thing covered the entire screen.
"It's a brush!"
shouted the general in alarm. The layman always comes up with better names than the expert, which is why when experts name things, they too work from an outsider's perspective. And thus brush became the figure's name, because the general's description was accurate. It was a cosmic brush, or to be more precise, a set of cosmic bristles without a handle. Of course, you could also see it as hair standing on end. "It must be a scratch in the coating. I mentioned in the feasibility study that a paced-up lens would cause problems, Ringier said, shaking his head.
All the coatings have been through stringent testing. A scratch of this sort wouldn't happen, and it's not generated by any other lens flaw either. We've already returned tens of thousands of test images, and it's never come up before, said an expert from Zeiss, the lens's manufacturer. A hush fell over the control room. They all gathered to stare up at the image on the screen until it got so crowded that some of them called up the image on other terminals. Fitzroy sensed the change in the room's atmosphere. People who had grown lazy from the fatigue of lengthy tests were anxious now, like they had been hit by a curse that rooted everything in place but their eyes, which grew ever brighter.
God!
Exclaimed several people at the same time. The frozen formation abruptly turned into excited activity. The snatches of dialogue Fitzroy picked up were a bit too technical for him.
Any dust around the target's position?
Check it. No need. I completed that item. Observing the absorption of the background stellar radial movement, there's an absorption peak at 200 millimeters. It may be a carbon microparticle, F-class density.
Any opinions on the effect of high-speed impact?
The wake diffuses along the impact axis, but the diffusion scope... Do we have a model of that?
Yes, one moment. Here it is. Impact speed?
100 times third cosmic velocity. Is it already that high? That's a conservative figure. For the impact cross-section, use... Right. That's right. That's just about it. Just a rough estimate. With the experts busy, Ringier stood next to Fitzroy.
General, can you try your best to count the bristles in the brush?
The general nodded, and then bent over a terminal and began counting. The computer needed 4 or 5 minutes to complete every calculation, but there were a number of errors, so it was half an hour before the results were ready. The wake diffuses the dust to a maximum diameter of 240,000 kilometers, or twice the size of Jupiter, the astronomer running the mathematical model said.
That makes sense,
Ringier said. He raised his arms and looked up at the ceiling, as if looking through it to the heavens.
And that confirms it.
There was a tremble to his voice, and then, as if to himself, he said,
So it's been confirmed. Nothing wrong with that.
Silence fell over the control room again, heavy and oppressive this time. Fitzroy wanted to ask a question, but at the sight of the solemn bowed heads, he couldn't open his mouth. After a while, he heard gentle sobs and saw a young man trying to hide his tears.
Knock it off, Harris. You're not the only skeptic here. It's hard for everyone, someone said.
The young man, Harris, lifted his teary eyes and said,
I know skepticism is just a way to comfort myself, but I wanted to live out my life in comfort. God, now I'm not even lucky enough for that.
Silence returned. At last, Ringier remembered Fitzroy.
General, let me explain. The 3 stars are surrounded by interstellar dust. Previously, a number of bodies moving at high speed crossed that dust, and their high-speed impact with the dust left behind a wake. The wake continued to expand and has now reached a diameter twice that of the planet Jupiter. There are only subtle differences between the wake and the surrounding dust, so they are undetectable at close range. Only here, 4 light-years away, are they observable.
I've counted the bristles. There are about 1,000, General Fitzroy said.
Of course. That number confirms our intelligence reports. General, we're looking at the Trisolaran fleet.
Hubble 2's discovery, the final confirmation of the reality of the Trisolaran invasion, extinguished the last of humanity's fantasies.
The descent of a new round of despair, panic, and confusion ushered the human race into life under the tri-solar crisis. Then the hard times began. With a rocky change of direction, the vehicle of time veered off along a new track. The only constant in a world of tremendous change is the swift passage of time. 5 years passed like a blur. Part 2. The Spell. Year 8. Crisis Era. Distance of the Tri-Solaran Fleet from the Solar System: 4.20 light-years. Tyler had been jumpy lately. Despite the setbacks, the Mosquito Swarm plan eventually won PDC approval. Development of the space fighters began, but progress was slow due to a lack of advanced technologies. Humanity continued to improve the technology of its Stone Age axes and clubs, chemically propelled rockets. Tyler's supplemental project, the study of Europa, Ceres, and various comets, was odd enough that some people suspected that he had come up with it purely to add a sense of mystery to the overly direct main plan. However, since it could be incorporated into the mainstream defense program, he was allowed to start working on that as well. So Tyler had to wait. He went home and, for the first time in his 5 years as a wall-facer, led the life of a normal person. The wall-facers were subject to increasing scrutiny from the community. Whether they had asked for the role or not, they had been set up in the eyes of the masses as messiah figures. Accordingly, a wall-facer cult sprang up. No matter how many explanations the UN and PDC issued, legends of their supernatural abilities circulated widely and grew increasingly fanciful. In science fiction movies, they were shown as superheroes, and, in the eyes of many, they were the sole hope for humanity. This gave the wall-facers an enormous amount of popular and political capital that guaranteed things would go smoothly when they tapped huge amounts of resources. Luoji was the exception. He remained in seclusion, never showing his face. No one knew where he was or what he was doing. One day, Tyler had a visitor. Like the other wall-facers, his home was under heavy guard, and all visitors had to pass stringent background checks. But when he first saw the visitor in the living room, he knew that the man would pass through easily, because it was obvious at a glance that he posed no threat to anyone. On this hot day, he wore a wrinkled suit, a similarly wrinkled tie, and, more annoyingly, the sort of bowler hat no one wore anymore. He evidently wanted to present a more formal appearance for his visit, since he had probably never attended a formal occasion before. Pale and emaciated, he looked malnourished. His glasses sat heavily on his skinny, pale face. His neck hardly seemed able to support the weight of his head, and his suit looked practically empty, as if it was hanging on a rack. As a politician, Tyler saw at a glance that he belonged to one of those mean social classes whose poverty was more spiritual than material, like Goggles' petty bureaucrats who, despite their lowly social station, still worry about preserving that status and spend their whole lives engaged in uncreative, exhausting random tasks that they carry out exactingly. In everything they do, they fear making mistakes. With everyone they meet, they fear causing displeasure, and they dare not take the slightest glance through the glass ceiling to a higher plane of society. Tyler detested those people. They were utterly dispensable, and when he thought about how they made up the majority of the world that he wanted to save, it left a bad taste in his mouth. The man walked gingerly through the living room door, but did not dare venture further. He seemed afraid of marking the carpet with the dirty soles of his shoes. He took off his hat and looked at the master of the house through his thick glasses as he bowed repeatedly. Tyler made up his mind to send him off as soon as he spoke his first sentence, for even if what the man had to say was important to him, to Tyler it was meaningless. In a frail voice, the pitiful man uttered his first sentence. It struck Tyler like a bolt of lightning, and so dazed him that he practically sat down on the ground. Every word was like a thunderclap.
Wallfacer Frederick Tyler. I am your wall breaker.
Who would have thought we'd one day be facing a battle map like this? Chang Wei-se exclaimed as he looked at a 1 to 1 trillion scale chart of the solar system displayed on a monitor large enough to be a movie screen. It was almost entirely dark, except for the tiny spot of yellow in the center that was the sun. The chart radius reached the middle of the Kuiper belt. When it was displayed in its entirety, it was like looking down on the solar system from a distance of 50 AU above the ecliptic plane. The chart accurately marked the orbits of planets and satellites, as well as the conditions of known asteroids, and it could display a precise sectional layout of the solar system for any point in the next millennium. Now that positional markings for celestial bodies had been turned off, the chart display was bright enough that you could make out Jupiter if you looked closely enough. It was just an indistinct, tiny bright spot, but from this distance, the other 7 major planets were invisible. Yes, we are facing major changes, Zhang Beihai said. The military had just completed a meeting to assess its first space map, and now only the 2 of them remained in the spacious war room. Commander, I wonder if you noticed the eyes of our comrades when they saw this map, he said. Of course I noticed. It's understandable. They would have imagined a space map to be like what you find in popular science books. A couple of colored billiard balls rotating around a fireball. It's only when they're faced with one drawn to an accurate scale that they come to an appreciation of the vastness of the solar system. And, whether they're Air Force or Navy, the furthest their air and watercraft can go doesn't even amount to 1 pixel on the big screen. It seems that looking at the battlefield of the future did not inspire a stitch of confidence or passion for battle in our comrades. And now we're back to defeatism. Commander, I don't want to talk about the reality of defeatism today. That's a subject for a formal meeting. What I'd like to discuss is, well, he faltered and smiled, a rare thing for someone who is usually so outspoken. Chang Wei-se turned away from the map and smiled back at him. Seems you've got something highly unorthodox to say. Yes, or something unprecedented at least. I'm making a recommendation. Proceed. Get right down to the topic. Of course, you don't need encouragement for that. Yes, Commander. Over the past 5 years, little progress has been made in basic planetary defense and space travel research. The preliminary technology in those 2 programs, controlled nuclear fusion and the space elevator, are still at square one, with no hope in sight, and there are all kinds of problems with higher thrust chemical rockets. If things continue in this vein, then I fear a space fleet, even at the low-tech level, will remain science fiction forever. You chose high-tech, Comrade Beihai. You ought to be well aware of the rules of scientific research. Of course, I'm aware of them. Research is a process of leaping forward, and qualitative change is only produced by long-term quantitative accumulation. Breakthroughs in theory and technology are mostly achieved in concentrated bursts. Still, Commander, how many people understand the problem like I do? It's very likely that in 10 or 20 or 50 years, or even a century, we still won't have any major breakthroughs in any scientific or technical field. And at that point, how far will defeatist thinking have developed? What spiritual and mental state will have taken hold in the Space Force? Commander, am I really taking this too far? Beihai, what I most admire about you
is that you always keep the long term in mind as you work. It's a rare thing among political cadres in this military. Please, go on. Well, I can only speak from the scope of my own work. Working under the above assumptions, what sort of difficulties and pressures will be faced by our future comrades engaged in political and ideological work in the Space Force? A grimmer question is, how many ideologically qualified political cadres will be left in the forces? Added Chang Wei-se. To contain defeatism, we first need to have a firm faith in victory ourselves, but this is certain to be more difficult in your hypothetical future. That's where my worry lies, Commander. When that time comes, political work in the Space Force won't be up to the task. Your recommendation? Send reinforcements. Chang Wei-se looked at Zhang Beihai for a few seconds, then turned back to the big screen. He moved the cursor and enlarged the sun until their epaulets reflected the sunlight. Commander, what I mean is... He raised a hand. I know what you mean. Then he pulled back until the entire map was displayed, plunging the war room back into gloom, and then brought the sun forward again, and again as he thought, until at last he said, Has it ever occurred to you that if political and ideological work in the Space Force is a complex and difficult task right now, it will considerably weaken today's work to hibernate the most outstanding political officers and send them to the future? I realize that, Commander. I'm just voicing a personal suggestion. Big picture thinking is, of course, up to my superiors. Chang Wei-se stood up and turned on the lights, illuminating the war room. No, Comrade Beihai. This is a job for you now. Drop everything else. Starting tomorrow, you will focus on the Space Force Political Department, do some research into the other branches, and draft a preliminary report for the Central Military Commission as soon as possible. The sun was setting behind the mountains when Tyler arrived. Exiting the car, he faced a vision of paradise. The softest light of the day shining on the snow peaks, the lake, and the forest, and Luoji and his family enjoying the otherworldly evening in the grass on the lakeshore. What first caught his eye was the mother, so young-looking, like an older sister to the 1-year-old child. From a distance, it was hard to make her out, but as he drew closer, his attention shifted to the child. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such an adorable little being actually existed. Like a stem cell of beauty, the embryonic state of all that is beautiful. Mother and child were drawing on a large sheet of white paper as Luoji stood off to one side watching with interest as he had in the Louvre, gazing from a distance at his beloved, now a mother. Moving closer still, Tyler saw in his eyes an infinite bliss, a happiness that seemed to permeate everything between mountain and lake in this Garden of Eden. Having just arrived from the grim outside world, made the scene before his eyes feel unreal. He had been married twice, but was now single, and the joys of family had meant little to him in his pursuit of a man's glory. Now, for the first time ever, he felt he had lived an empty life. Luoji, captivated by his wife and child, only noticed Tyler when he had gotten quite close. Due to the psychological barriers erected by their common situation, there had been no personal contact between wall-facers up to this point. But having spoken with him on the phone, Luoji showed no surprise at Tyler's arrival and met him with polite warmth. "Madam, please excuse the interruption," Tyler said with a slight bow to Zhuang Yan, who had come over with the child.
"Welcome, Mr. Tyler. We seldom have guests, so we are pleased that you could come."
Her English was strained,
but her voice retained a childlike softness, and she still had that cool spring of a smile, which stroked his weary soul like an angel's hands.
This is our daughter, Xia Xia.
He wanted to hug the child, but was afraid of losing control of his feelings, so he simply said, "Seeing you two angels is worth the trip."
We'll let you talk. I'll go and prepare dinner,
she said, as she smiled at the two men. "No, that's not necessary. I just want to have a brief chat with Dr. Luo. I won't take up too much time." Zhuang Yan warmly insisted that he stay for dinner, then left with the child. Luoji motioned for Tyler to sit on a white chair in the grass. When he sat down, his whole body went limp, as if his tendons had been removed. He was a traveler who had at last reached his destination after a long voyage. "Doctor, it seems like you've been lost to the world for the past 2 years," Tyler said. "Yes." Luoji remained standing. He swept a hand about him. "This is my everything." "You are truly a smart man, and at least from one perspective, a more responsible man than me." "What do you mean by that?" Luoji asked, with a puzzled smile. "At least you haven't wasted resources." "So she doesn't watch TV either? I mean, your angel?" "Her? I don't know. She's always with Xia Xia these days, so I don't think she watches much." "Then you really don't know what's happened out there over the past few days?" "What happened?" "You don't look well. Are you tired? What can I get you to drink?" "Anything," Tyler said, watching the last golden rays of the setting sun on the lake dazedly. 4 days ago, my wall breaker appeared." Luoji stopped pouring the wine, and after a moment's silence said, "So soon?" Tyler nodded heavily. "That's the first thing I said to him, too." "So soon?" Tyler said to the wall breaker. He tried to keep his voice calm, but it ended up sounding feeble. "I'd liked to have come sooner, but I thought I'd collect more comprehensive evidence, so I'm late. I am sorry," the wall breaker said. He stood behind Tyler like a servant and spoke slowly, with a servant's humility. His final sentence even contained a meticulous and thoughtfulness, the understanding that an executioner shows to his victim. Then a suffocating silence took hold. At last, Tyler screwed up the courage to look at the wall breaker, who then asked respectfully, "Sir, shall I go on?" Tyler nodded but averted his gaze. He sat down on the sofa and did his best to calm down. "Thank you, sir." The wall breaker bowed again, his hat still in hand. "First, I'll briefly describe the plan you've shown to the outside world. Using a fleet of nimble space fighters carrying 100-megaton-class superbombs, your fighters will assist Earth's fleet by executing a suicide strike on the Tri-Solaris fleet. Perhaps I've oversimplified, but that's basically it, right?" "There's no point in discussing this with you," Tyler said. He had been considering whether to terminate the conversation. The moment the wall breaker revealed himself, Tyler's intuition as a politician and strategist informed him that the other man was the victor. But at this point, he would be lucky if his mind had not been laid entirely bare. "If that's the case, sir, then I don't have to go on, and you can arrest me. But you surely must know that regardless of what happens, your true strategy and all of the evidence used to prove my hypothesis will make the news across the world tomorrow, or maybe even tonight. At the cost of the rest of my life, I stand before you today, and I hope that you will value my sacrifice." "You may continue," Tyler said with a wave of his hand. "Thank you, sir." I am truly honored, and I will not use up too much time. The wall breaker bowed again. A humble respect so rarely seen among modern people seemed to be in his blood, able to manifest at any time, like a noose gradually tightening around Tyler's neck. Then, sir, was my rendition of your strategy just now correct? It was. It was not, the wall breaker said. Sir, pardon my saying it, but it was not correct. Why? Given humanity's technological capabilities, the most powerful weapons we are likely to possess in the future are super hydrogen bombs. In a space battle environment, the bombs must be detonated in direct contact with their target to be capable of destroying enemy ships. Space fighters are nimble and can be deployed in large numbers, so sending the fighter fleet in for swarm-like suicide strikes is undoubtedly the best option. Your plan is eminently reasonable. All of your behavior, including trips to Japan, China, and even the mountains of Afghanistan in search of space kamikaze pilots with a spirit of self-sacrifice, and your plan to put the Mosquito fleet under your direct control once that search failed, was also entirely reasonable. What's wrong with that? Tyler asked, sitting up on the sofa. Nothing's wrong with that. But that's just the strategy you presented to the outside. The wall breaker bent down, drew near to Tyler's ear, and continued speaking in a soft voice. Your true strategy had small alterations. For quite a long time, you had me stumped. It was agonizing for me, and I nearly gave up. Tyler realized that he had a death grip on a sofa handle and tried to relax. But then you gave me the key to unlock the whole puzzle. It was such a good fit that for a moment I doubted my good fortune. You know what I'm referring to. Your study of several bodies in the solar system, Europa, Ceres, and the comets. What do they have in common? Water. They all possess water, and in large quantities. On their own, Europa and Ceres have more water than in all of the oceans on Earth. Rabies sufferers fear the water and can go into spasms at the mere mention of the word. I imagine you have similar feelings right now. The wall breaker drew close to Tyler and spoke directly into his ear. His breath was not the least bit warm, but felt like a ghostly wind flavored with the grave. Water, he whispered, as if talking in his sleep. Water. Tyler remained silent, his face like a statue's. Is there any need for me to continue? The wall breaker asked, standing up. No, Tyler said in a low voice. But I'll continue anyway, the wall breaker said, almost gleefully. I'll leave historians with a complete record, even if history won't endure for much longer. And an explanation for the Lord as well, of course. Not everyone has the keen intellect of the two of us, able to grasp the whole from the merest part. Particularly the Lord, who may not even understand a complete explanation. He raised up a hand, as if to acknowledge the Tri-Solaran listeners, and laughed. Forgive me. Tyler's features slackened, and then his bones seemed to melt. He slumped into the sofa. He was finished, and his spirit no longer inhabited his body. Now then, setting aside the water, let's talk about the mosquito swarm. Its first attack target will not be the Tri-Solaran invaders, but Earth's own Space Force. This hypothesis is a bit of a reach based on the barest of signs. but I maintain that it is correct. You went around the world seeking to establish a kamikaze force for humanity, but your efforts failed. You anticipated this, but from this failure, you were able to obtain two things you desired. One was total despair in humanity. This you have achieved fully. The second I'll discuss in a moment. The blade fell. Tyler remained silent, but his spirit had already departed his body. In other words, the spirit of self-sacrifice you're in search of wouldn't be used to wage war against the Lord, but to murder Earth's entire fleet. In the beginning, your plan didn't include a surprise attack on the main fleet, but after traveling the world, you became utterly disillusioned with modern humanity's dedication. Talking to leaders of the Space Force and veterans of various types of war, you also became convinced that Earth's Space Force did not stand a chance of defeating Tri-Solaris via standard combat. You therefore hatched a strategy even more extreme. In my opinion, this is a very faint hope and an immense risk. Nevertheless, the principles of the Wallfacer Project dictate that in this war, the safest bet is to take a risk. Of course, this was only the beginning. Your betrayal of humanity would be a long process, but you had time on your side. In the following months and years, you were prepared to engineer events that would add to the wall you erected between yourself and the human race. Your despair would gradually grow and your sorrow intensify, and you would leave the human world further and further behind, growing closer and closer to the ETO and Tri-Solaris. In fact, you took your first steps on this road when you urged mercy for the ETO at the PDC hearing not long ago. That wasn't just for show, though. You truly need them to endure. You need members of the ETO to pilot your space fighters in the Doomsday Battle. It is a matter of time and patience, but you would succeed because the ETO also needs you. It needs your assistance and the resources you possess. It wouldn't be difficult to turn over the Mosquito fleet to the ETO, so long as it was kept a secret from the outside world. And if it were discovered, you could claim that it was all part of the plan. Tyler did not seem to be listening to the wallbreaker. He sat on his sofa with his eyes half closed, looking fatigued, as if he had already given up and was beginning to relax. Very well. Let's talk about the water now. In the Doomsday Battle, the ETO-controlled Mosquito fleet would likely launch a sneak attack on Earth's fleet and then flee to the Lord's fleet. Because they had just demonstrated their disloyalty to Earth, Tri-Solaris might be willing to let them join the fleet, but the Lord would not be so fast to accept the turncoat army. A sufficiently meaningful gift would be required to win them over. What would the Lord need that the solar system possesses? Water. On their 4th-century voyage, most of the water in the Tri-Solaran fleet would be used up. As they approached the solar system, dehydrated Tri-Solarans on board would need to be rehydrated. Since the water used for this would become part of their bodies, clean water would certainly be preferred to the stale water that had been recycled innumerable times on the ship. The Mosquito fleet would offer the Lord an iceberg formed out of huge quantities of water obtained from Europa, Ceres, and the comets. I'm not certain of the specifics. I expect you don't know right now either. But let's say tens of thousands of tons. This giant chunk of ice would be propelled by the engines of all the fighters in the Mosquito group.
The Mosquito fleet would likely draw very close to the Lord's fleet when presenting the gift, at which point the second consequence of the failure of your attempt to build a kamikaze force would be put to use. That failure prompted your very logical request for independent control of the entire Mosquito fleet. When Earth's fleet draws close to the Lord's fleet, you would take over control of the fighters from the ETO pilots and switch them to drone mode, ordering the remaining fighters to strike their chosen targets. The super bombs would be detonated at point-blank range, annihilating all of the Lord's ships. The wall breaker straightened up and, leaving Tyler's side, approached the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the garden. The hellish wind he had blown into Tyler's ear dissipated, but not before the chill had penetrated his body. An outstanding plan. That's not a lie. But certain oversights are inexplicable. Why were you so eager to pursue the study of water-bearing heavenly bodies? The technology to extract and transport water in quantity does not exist right now, and engineering-side R&D could take years or even decades. Even if you felt you had to start right away, why not toss in a few targets that don't contain water? The moons of Mars, for instance. If you had done so, although it wouldn't have prevented me from eventually exposing your plan, it would have vastly increased the difficulty. How could a great strategist such as yourself overlook such simple tricks? The wall breaker placed a gentle hand on Tyler's shoulder, and Tyler felt a flash of tenderness, as of an executioner for his victim. He was even a little moved. Don't beat yourself up. You did well enough, really. I hope history remembers you. And I'm sure they will, as you chose to do one very surprising thing. You resolved to abandon the moral cornerstone of modern society, and didn't waver in this resolution from beginning to end. This couldn't have been easy. And while I voice my admiration, at the same time I remind you, what you planned to do is murder. The wall breaker removed his hand, a flush of restored energy on his formerly wan and sickly face. He stretched out his arms. Well, Mr. Tyler, I'm done. Call your people. Tyler, his eyes still shut, said without energy, You may leave. When the wall breaker opened the door, Tyler croaked out a final question. If what you say is true, so what? The wall breaker turned back toward him. So nothing. Mr. Tyler, regardless of whether or not I've broken your plan, the Lord does not care. Luoji was rendered speechless for a long while after hearing Tyler's account. When an ordinary person spoke with one of them, they would always be thinking, he's a wall-facer, his words can't be trusted, and those suggestions would present a barrier to communication. But when two wall-facers spoke with each other, the suggestions that existed in both minds cross-multiplied those communication barriers. Such an exchange, in fact, rendered anything either side said meaningless, so that communication itself lost all significance. This was why there had been no private interaction between wall-facers. How do you evaluate the wall-breaker's analysis? Luoji asked to break the silence, even though he knew there was no point to the question. He guessed right, Tyler said. Luoji wanted to say something, but what? What could be said? They were both wall-facers. That was my true strategy, Tyler went on. He evidently had a strong desire to speak, and didn't care whether or not his listener believed him. Of course, it's still in the preliminary stages. The technology alone is quite difficult.
But for me, this was not the biggest blow. And that was? Luoji felt like a machine for meaningless dialogue. The day after the Wallbreaker's visit, a complete analysis of my strategy was posted online. The material ran into the millions of words, most of it obtained through Sophon monitoring, and it caused a sensation. The day before yesterday, the PDC called a hearing on the issue, at which it resolved the following. Wall-facer plans may not contain anything that poses a threat to human life. If my plan actually existed, then its execution would be a crime against humanity. It must be stopped, and its wall-facer punished by law. Notice how they invoke crimes against humanity, a term that's being thrown around more than ever these days? But the resolution concluded by saying, according to the basic principles of the Wall-Facer Project, the evidence available to the outside world may just be a part of the Wall-Facer's strategy of deception and cannot be used to prove that the Wall-Facer has actually developed and is executing this plan. So I won't be charged. I'd thought as much, Luoji said. But at the hearing, I declared that the Wallbreaker's analysis was correct. I asked to be tried in accordance with national and international law. I can imagine their reaction. The PDC's rotating chair and all the permanent member representatives looked at me with that wall-facer smile on their face, and the chair declared the meeting adjourned. Those bastards. I know the feeling. I had a total breakdown. I fled out of the hall and into the square outside, shouting, I am Wall-Facer Frederick Tyler. My Wallbreaker exposed my strategy. He was right. I'm going to destroy the Earth fleet. I'm going to use them as quantum ghosts to wage war. I want to kill people. I'm anti-human. I'm a devil. Punish me and kill me. That was a meaningless act, Mr. Tyler. What I hate the most is the expression people have when they look at me. A crowd of people surrounded me in the square, their eyes revealing the fantasies of children, the reverence of the middle-aged, and the concern of the elderly. All of their eyes said, look, he's a wall-facer. He's at work, but he's the only one in the world who knows what he's doing. See what a great job he's doing? He's pretending so well. How will the enemy know what his real strategy is? That great, great, great strategy that only he knows and will be the salvation of the world. Complete and utter crap. Those idiots. At last, Luoji decided to remain silent and merely smiled wordlessly at Tyler. As Tyler stared at him, a thin smile wavered on his pale face and then developed into full-blown hysterical laughter. Ha! You're smiling the wall-facer smile! A smile from one wall-facer to another! You think I'm at work! You believe I'm acting the part, and you think I'll save the world! He cackled again. How did we end up in such a hilarious situation? This is a vicious cycle we'll never be free of, Mr. Tyler, Luoji said, and sighed softly. Tyler's laughter stopped abruptly. Never be free? No, Dr. Luo. There's a way out. There really is a way, and I'm here today to tell it to you. You need a break. Rest here for a few days, Luoji said. Tyler nodded slowly. Yeah, I need a break. We're the only ones who understand each other's pain, Doctor. That's why I've come. The sun had set a while ago, and the Garden of Eden had grown indistinct in the twilight. This is paradise. Can I go for a walk alone by the lake? You may do whatever you like here. Take it easy, and I'll call you to dinner in a while. They walked down to the lake, leaving Luoji to sit down, sunken in heavy thoughts. For 5 years, he had bathed in an ocean of happiness. The birth of his Xiaxia in particular had made him forget everything about the outside world. The love of his wife and child blended together and intoxicated his soul. And, in this gentle home isolated from the rest of the world, he had fallen deeper and deeper into an illusion. Perhaps the outside world really was something akin to a quantum state, and did not exist unless he observed it. But it was a state that could no longer endure, now that the abominable outside world had burst into his Garden of Eden to confuse and frighten him. His thoughts shifted to Tyler, whose last words still resounded in his ears. Was it really possible for wall-facers to break free of the vicious cycle, to shatter the iron shackles of logic? He jerked to his senses and ran toward the lake. He wanted to shout, but was afraid of scaring Zhuangyan and Xiaxia, so he just ran as fast as he could through the quiet twilight, the swish of his feet against the grass on the hillside, the only sound. But into this rhythm, a soft crack inserted itself, the sound of a gunshot from the lake. Luoji returned home late that evening after the child was sound asleep. Zhuangyan asked softly,
"Did Mr. Tyler leave?"
"Yes, he's gone," he said wearily.
"He seemed worse off than you."
"Yes, that's because he didn't take an easy path." "Yan, have you watched TV recently?"
"No."
She paused, and Luoji knew what she was thinking. With the outside world growing more serious by the day, and the gap widening between life here and life outside, the difference made her uneasy.
"Is our life really part of the wall-facer plan?"
she asked, looking at him with that same innocent face. "Of course. What is there to doubt?"
"But can we be truly happy when all of humanity is unhappy?"
My love, your responsibility when all of humanity is unhappy is to make yourself happy. With Xiaxia, your happiness gains a point, and the wall-facer plan gains a point toward its success. Zhuangyan stared silently at him. The language of facial expressions she had envisioned in front of the Mona Lisa 5 years ago seemed to have been partially realized between her and Luoji. More and more, he could read her mind through her eyes, and what he read now was, "How can I believe that?" Luoji pondered this for a long time, and finally said, "Yan, everything has an ending. The sun and the universe will die one day, so why should humanity believe that it ought to be immortal? Listen, this world is paranoid. Fighting a hopeless war is a fool's errand. So look at the tri-solar crisis from a different perspective and leave your cares behind. Not just the ones involving the crisis, but everything else from before that. Use the time that's left to enjoy life. 400 years. Or, if we refuse the doomsday battle, then nearly 500. That's a fair amount of time. Humanity used the same period to go from the Renaissance to the Information Age, and in the same space could create a carefree, comfortable life. 5 idyllic centuries, without needing to worry about the distant future, where the sole responsibility is to enjoy life. How wonderful!" He realized that he had spoken unwisely. Claiming that the happiness of her and the child were part of the plan added another layer of protection to her life by making her happiness into a responsibility. This was the only way to ensure that she maintained a balanced mind in the face of the cruel world. He could never resist her eternally innocent eyes, so he didn't dare look at her when she questioned him. But now, because of the Tyler factor, he had involuntarily told the truth.
When you say that, are you being a wall facer?
She asked. Yes, of course I am, he said, to fix the situation. But her eyes said, You really did seem to believe that. UN Planetary Defense Council, Wall Facer Project Hearing, number 89. At the start of the hearing, the rotating chair spoke to strongly urge that Luoji be required to attend the next hearing, arguing that refusal to participate was not part of the wall facer plan because the PDC's supervisory authority over the wall facers trumped the wall facers' own strategic plans. The proposal was unanimously adopted by all permanent member representatives, and with the emergence of the first wall breaker and the suicide of wall facer Tyler in mind, the other two wall facers attending the meeting heard the unspoken implications of the chairman's words. Hines spoke first. His neuroscience-based plan was still in its infancy, but he described the equipment he was envisioning as a basis for further research. He called it the Resolving Imager. Based on computer tomography and nuclear magnetic resonance, it operated by scanning in all cross-sections of the brain at once, which required cross-sectional accuracy on the scale of the internal structure of brain cells and neurons. This would bring the number of simultaneous CT scans to several million, to be synthesized by computer into a digital model of the brain. Other technical requirements were even greater. The scan needed to be conducted at a rate of 24 frames per second to produce a dynamic synthetic model that could capture all brain activity at a neuron-level resolution, making it possible to precisely observe thought activity in the brain, or even replay all neural activity throughout the thinking process. Then Ray Diaz described the progress of his plan. After 5 years of research, the digital star model for super high-yield nuclear weapons had been completed and was now being thoroughly debugged. Next, the PDC Scientific Advisory Panel presented a report on its feasibility study of the two wall facers' plans. The advisory panel felt that although there were, in theory, no obstacles to Hines's resolving imager, the technical difficulties far exceeded current conditions, and modern CT scanning was about as far from RI technology as black and white film was from modern high-definition cameras. Data processing presented the biggest technical hurdle to the RI device, because scanning and modeling an object the size of the human brain with neuron-level precision required power that was unavailable to modern computers. The obstacle to Ray Diaz's stellar bomb was the same. Present computing power was insufficient. After inspecting the calculations required by the completed portion of the model, the panel's expert group felt that the most powerful of today's computers would take 20 years to model 1/100th of a second of the fusion process. Since the model would need to be run repeatedly in the course of research, practical application was an impossibility. The panel's chief computer scientist said, "Right now, computer technology based on traditional integrated circuits and von Neumann architecture is nearing the limit of its technological development. Moore's law is going to collapse. Of course, we can still squeeze out the last few drops of lemonade from these traditional electronic and technological lemons. In our opinion, even given the present declaration in supercomputer progress, the computing power required by the two plans is still achievable. It just requires time. Optimistically, 20 to 30 years. Those goals, if they are reached, will represent the peak of human computing technology, and any further progress will be difficult. With frontier physics under SOFON lockdown, the next-gen and quantum computers that we once dreamed of, are now very unlikely to be realized. We've reached the wall that the Sophons have erected across our scientific road, the chair said.
Then there's nothing that we can do for 20 years, Hines said.
20 years is the most optimistic estimate. As a scientist, you ought to know what cutting-edge research is like.
Then the only thing to do is hibernate and wait the arrival of capable computers, Ray Diaz said. I've decided to hibernate too, Hines said.
If that's the case, then I will ask the two of you to greet my successor in 20 years, the chair said with a smile. The mood of the hearing relaxed. Now that the two wall-facers had decided to enter hibernation, the hearing's participants sighed with relief. The emergence of the first wall-breaker and his wall-facer's suicide had dealt a heavy blow to the entire project. Tyler's suicide in particular had been a foolish act. If he had lived, the reality of the mosquito swarm plan would forever remain a mystery. His death was tantamount to a final confirmation of the existence of the terrible plan. He had vaulted out of the vicious cycle at the cost of his life, prompting increasing murmurs of criticism of the Wall-Facer project among the international community. Public opinion demanded further restrictions on Wall-Facer power, but the very nature of the Wall-Facer project meant that too many restrictions would make it difficult for the Wall-Facers to conduct their strategic deceptions, rendering the entire project meaningless. The Wall-Facer project possessed a leadership structure that human society had never before seen, and it required time to adjust and adapt to it. It was clear that the hibernation of the two Wall-Facers would provide a buffer period for that to take place. A few days later, in a top-secret underground structure, Ray Diaz and Hines entered hibernation. Luoji found himself in an ominous dream. He dreamt he was walking the halls of the Louvre. It was a dream he had never had before, because the past 5 years of bliss had given him no cause to dream of previous joys. In this dream, he was alone with the loneliness that had been absent for 5 years. His every footstep reverberated through the palace halls, and something seemed to leave him with every reverberation, until at last he dared not take another step. In front of him was the Mona Lisa. She no longer smiled, but looked on him with compassion in her eyes. When his footsteps stopped, the sound of the outdoor fountains trickled in and gradually grew louder, at which point he awoke to find that the sound was coming from the real world. It was raining. Luoji reached out to hold his beloved's hand and discovered that his dream had become a reality. Zhuang Yan was gone. He rolled out of bed and entered the nursery, where a lamp was softly glowing, but Xia wasn't there. On the little bed, tidily made up, was one of Zhuang Yan's paintings, a favorite of both of theirs. It was practically blank, and from a distance it looked like a sheet of paper. Closer in, you could see fine reeds in the lower left, and in the upper right, the traces of a vanishing goose. In the blank center were two infinitesimally tiny people. But now, a graceful line of text had been added to it. My love, we're waiting for you at doomsday. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Could such a dream life last forever? It was bound to happen, so don't worry. You're mentally prepared for it, Luoji told himself, but a wave of dizziness came over him. As he picked up the painting and went toward the living room, his legs quavered and he felt as if he was floating. The living room was empty, but the embers in the fireplace glowed a hazy red that made everything look like melting ice. The rain continued outside. It was to the same sound of rain that she had walked out of his dreams 5 years ago, And now she had returned to them, taking their child with her. He picked up the phone to call Kent, but then he heard soft footsteps outside. A woman's footsteps, but not Zhuang Yan's. Even so, he tossed the phone down and went outside. Luoji immediately recognized the slender figure standing on the porch in the rain, even though he could only see a silhouette.
"Hello, Dr. Luo,"
Secretary General Say said. "Hello. Where are my wife and child?"
"They're waiting for you at Doomsday,"
she said, repeating the words in the painting. "Why?"
"This is a PDC resolution to let you work and fulfill your wallfacer responsibilities. No harm will come to them, and children are better suited to hibernation than adults."
"You've kidnapped them! That's criminal!"
"We did not kidnap anyone."
Luoji's heart quaked at the implications of Say's statement, and he pushed them out of his mind rather than face that reality. "I said that having them here was part of the plan."
"But after a thorough investigation, the PDC decided that it was not part of the plan, and so took steps to prompt you to get to work."
"Even if it's not kidnapping, you took away my child without my consent, and that's against the law." When he realized who he was including in you, his heart quaked again, and he leaned back feebly against the pillar behind him.
"True, but it is well within acceptability. Do not forget, Dr. Luo, that this and all of the resources you have tapped do not fall under existing legal frameworks, so the UN's actions in the present time of crisis can be justified under the law."
"Are you still working on behalf of the UN?"
"Yes."
"You were re-elected?"
"Yes."
He wanted to change the subject to avoid facing the cold facts, but he failed. "What will I do without them? What will I do without them?" his heart asked over and over. Finally, it slipped out of his mouth as he slid down the pillar to the ground. It felt like everything was collapsing around him, turning to magma from the top down, except that this time, the magma was burning and pooled inside his heart.
"They're still here, Dr. Luo. They're waiting for you safe and sound in the future. You've always been a sober person, and you must become even more sober now. If not for all humanity, then for your family."
Say looked down at the ground, where Luoji sat beside the column on the brink of a breakdown. Then a gust of wind blew rain onto the porch. Its refreshing chill and Say's words managed to cool the fire raging in Luoji's heart to an extent. "This was your plan from the beginning, wasn't it?"
"Yes, but this step was taken only when there was no other choice."
"So when she came, was she really a woman who did traditional painting?"
"Yes."
"From the Central Academy of Fine Arts?"
"Yes."
"Then was she—"
"Everything you saw was the real her. Everything you knew about her was true. Everything that made her, her past life, her family, her personality, and her mind."
"You mean she really was that kind of woman?"
"Yes. Do you really think she could have faked it for 5 years? That's how she really was. Innocent and gentle, like an angel. She didn't fake anything, including her love for you, which was very real."
"Then how could she carry out such a cruel deception? To never let anything slip for 5 years?"
"How do you know she never let anything slip? Her soul was shrouded in melancholy from the first time you saw her on that rainy night
5 years ago. She didn't hide it. That melancholy stayed with her for 5 years, like an ever-present background music that never stopped the whole time. And that's why you didn't notice.
Now he understood. When he first saw her, what had it been that had touched the softest place in his heart, that made him feel like the entire world was an injury to her, that made him willing to protect her with his life? It was that gentle sadness concealed within her clear, innocent eyes, a sadness that, like the light in the fireplace, shone gently through her beauty. It was indeed an imperceptible background music that had quietly permeated his subconscious and pulled him step by step into the abyss of love. "I can't find them, can I?" he asked.
That's right. Like I said, this is a PDC resolution.
"Then I'll go with them to Doomsday."
You may.
Luoji had imagined he would be turned down, but, just as when he had given up his wall-facer status, there was practically no space between his statement and Say's reply. He knew that things weren't as easy as that. He asked, "Is there a problem?"
No. This time it really is fine. You know, since the birth of the Wall-Facer project, there has always been dissent within the international community. Out of their own interests, most countries have supported some of the Wall-Facers, while opposing others, so there was always going to be a side that wants to be rid of you. Now that the first wall breaker is out, and Tyler has failed, forces opposed to the project have grown more powerful and have driven its supporters to a stalemate. If, at this point, you proposed going directly to Doomsday, it would be a compromise plan acceptable to both sides. But, Dr. Luo, are you truly willing to do that, while humanity is fighting for survival?
You politicians sound off about humanity at the drop of a hat, but I can't see humanity. I can only see individuals. I'm just one individual, an ordinary person, and I can't take on the responsibility of saving all of humanity. I just want to live my own life.
Very well. But Zhuang Yan and Xia Xia are two of those individuals. Don't you want to fulfill your responsibility to them? Even if she hurt you, I can see you still love her. And there's the child, too. From the moment Hubble 2 finally confirmed the Trisolaran invasion, one thing has been certain. Humanity will fight to the end. When your beloved and your child awaken in 4 centuries, Doomsday and the flames of war will be upon them. But by that time, you'll have lost your wall-facer status and will be powerless to protect them. They will only be able to share a hellish existence with you, while you await the final annihilation of the world. Is that what you want? Is that the life you want to give your wife and child?
Luoji said nothing.
If you won't think of anything else, then just imagine that doomsday battle 4 centuries from now, and the look in their eyes when they see you. What sort of a person will they see? A man who abandoned the woman he loves most, together with all of humanity. A man unwilling to save all of the world's children. A man who wouldn't even save his own child. Are you, as a man, capable of withstanding their gaze?
Luoji bent his head in silence. The sound of the nighttime rain falling on grass and lake was like myriad entreaties from another time and space. "Do you really believe that I can change all of that?" Luoji asked, raising his head.
Why not try? Of all the wall facers, you may have the greatest hope of success. I've come today to tell you that.
Go on, then. Why?
Because out of all of humanity, you are the only person that Trisolaris wants dead.
Leaning against the pillar, Luoji stared at Sei, but saw nothing. He struggled to remember. Sei went on.
That car crash was meant for you. It just accidentally hit your girlfriend.
But that really was an accident. That car changed direction because two other cars collided.
They had been planning that for a long time.
But I was just an ordinary person back then, with no special protection. It would have been simple to kill me. Why go to such lengths?
To make the murder look like an accident, so as not to attract any attention. They almost succeeded. There were 51 traffic accidents that killed 5 people in the city that day. But a scout hidden within the ETO provided an intelligence report confirming that the ETO had orchestrated the attempt on your life. And what's most frightening is this. The order came from Trisolaris itself, conveyed to Evans through the Sophons. To this date, that is the only assassination they've ever ordered.
Me? Trisolaris wants to kill me? For what reason? Again, Luoji felt displaced from himself.
I don't know. No one knows now. Evans may have known, but he's dead. He was evidently the one who added the requirement to the assassination order that it not attract attention. That only reinforces your importance.
Importance? Luoji shook his head with a wry smile. Look at me. Do I really look like someone with superpowers?
You don't have superpowers, so don't let your thoughts go in that direction. It'll only lead you astray,
Sei said, gesturing emphatically.
You had no special powers in your prior research, be they supernatural abilities or extraordinary technical skills within the known laws of nature. Or, at least, none that we have been able to discover. That Evans required that the assassination not attract attention demonstrates this point as well, because it proves that your ability can be acquired by others.
Why didn't you tell me?
We were afraid of influencing whatever it is you have. Too many unknowns. We felt it best to let things ride.
I'd once had a notion to work on cosmic sociology, because... Then a small voice deep within him said, "You're a wall facer." This was the first time he had heard that voice. He also heard another non-existent sound, the buzzing of the Sophons as they flew about him. He even thought he saw a few blurry, firefly-like points of light. So for the first time, he acted like a wall facer and swallowed his words, saying only, "Is that relevant?" She shook her head.
Probably not. As far as we are aware, that's just the topic of a research application that never actually went forward, much less obtained any results. Besides, even if you had done the research, we wouldn't expect you to come up with results any more valuable than any other researcher.
And why is that?
Dr. Luo, we're speaking frankly here. As I understand it, you're a failure of a scholar. You perform research not out of any thirst for exploration, nor out of a sense of duty and mission, but simply as a way to make a living.
Isn't that the way things are these days?
There's nothing wrong with that, of course. But you exhibit all kinds of behaviors unbecoming a serious and dedicated scholar. Your research is utilitarian, your techniques opportunistic. You seek out sensationalism, and you have a history of embezzling funding. Character-wise, you're cynical and irresponsible, and you harbor a mocking attitude toward a scholar's vocation. We're actually well aware of the fact that you don't care about the fate of the human race.
And that's why you would stoop to such despicable means to coerce me. You've despised me all along, haven't you?
Under normal circumstances, a man like you would never be tasked with such an important duty. But there is this one overriding detail. Trisolaris is afraid of you. Be your own wall breaker. Find out why.
When Say finished, she stepped off the porch, got into the waiting car, and disappeared into the rainy mist. Standing there, Luoji lost his sense of time. Gradually, the rain stopped and the wind picked up, blowing the night sky free of clouds, revealing the snow peaks, and letting the bright round moon bathe the world in silvery light. Before going back inside, Luoji took one last look at the silver Garden of Eden, and his heart said to Zhuangyan and Xia, "My love, wait for me at doomsday." Standing in the giant shadow cast by the spaceplane High Frontier and looking up at its massive body, Zhang Beihai was involuntarily reminded of the carrier Tang, now long dismantled, and even wondered if the hull of High Frontier could contain a few steel plates from Tang. Over the course of more than 30 re-entries, the burning heat had left scorch marks on the body of the spaceplane, and it really did look the way Tang had when it was under construction. The body had the same sense of age, but the two cylindrical booster rockets beneath the wings were new, making it resemble repairs to ancient architecture in Europe. The newness of the patches stood in stark contrast to the coloring of the original building, reminding visitors that those parts were modern additions. But if the boosters were removed, High Frontier would look like a big old transport plane. The space plane was a very new thing, one of the few breakthroughs in aerospace technology over the last 5 years, and quite possibly the last generation of chemically propelled spacecraft. The concept had been proposed the previous century as a replacement for the space shuttle that could take off from a runway like an ordinary plane and fly conventionally to the top layer of the atmosphere, at which point the rockets would be turned on for spaceflight and it would enter orbit. High Frontier was the fourth such spaceplane in operation, and many more were under construction. They would, in the near future, take on the task of building the space elevator. "I once imagined that we would never get the chance to go to space in our lifetime," Zhang Beihai said to Chang Wei-se, who had come to see him off. He and 20 other Space Force officers, all of them members of the 3 strategic institutes, would take High Frontier to the ISS. "Are there naval officers who've never been to sea?" Chang Wei-se said, smiling. "Of course there are. Lots of them. Some people in the Navy sought exactly that. But I'm not that sort of person." "Beihai, be aware of one thing. The active duty astronauts are still Air Force personnel, so you are the first representatives of the Space Force to go into space. It's a shame there's no specific mission. Experience is the mission. A space strategist ought to have a consciousness of space. This wasn't feasible before the spaceplane, since sending up one person cost tens of millions, but it's much cheaper now. We'll try to put more strategists into space soon, since we're the Space Force after all. Right now, we're more like a college of bullshit, and that just won't do." Then the boarding call was issued, and the officers began climbing the air stair to the plane. They wore uniforms, but not spacesuits,
and looked no different than if they were taking standard air travel. It was a sign of progress, demonstrating that going to space was a little more normal than it had been. From the uniforms, Zhongbei Hai noticed that there were people from other departments boarding the plane as well.
Ah, Beihai, there's another important thing, Chang Wei-se said as Beihai was about to pick up his carry-on. The CMC has studied the report we submitted on sending political cadres to the future as reinforcements, and the brass feel that conditions are still premature.
Zhang Beihai squinted, as if warding against a glare, though they were still in the spaceplane's shadow.
Commander, my feeling is that we ought to keep the entire 4-century period in mind when making plans, and to be clear about what's urgent and what's important. But please be assured that I won't say that in any formal setting. I know very well that our superiors are considering the bigger picture. The higher-ups have affirmed your long-term thinking, and commend you for it. The document stresses one point. The plan to send reinforcements to the future has not been denied. Research and planning will continue, but present conditions are still premature for execution. I feel, and this is of course my personal opinion, that we need additional qualified political cadres in our ranks to lessen the current work pressures before we can consider it. Commander, surely you are aware of what qualified means in the context of the Space Force Political Department, and what the basic requirements are. Qualified people are becoming increasingly rare. But we've got to look forward. If there are breakthroughs in the 2 key technologies of Phase 1, the space elevator and controlled fusion, and there's hope of this in our lifetimes, then things will be better. Okay then, off with you.
Zhang Beihai saluted him, and then stepped onto the stairs. His first feeling upon entering the cabin was that it wasn't much different than a civilian airliner, except the seats were wider, having been designed to accommodate spacesuits. During the first flights of the spaceplane, all passengers had to wear spacesuits as a precaution, but there was no need for that now. He had a window seat, and the seat immediately next to his was also occupied. A civilian, judging from his clothing. Zhang Beihai nodded to him in greeting, before turning his attention to fastening the seat's complicated safety belt. There was no countdown. High Frontier started its air engines and began taxiing. Because of its weight, it spent longer on the ground during takeoff than an ordinary plane, but at last it lifted ponderously off the ground and embarked on its voyage into space. This is the 38th flight of the spaceplane High Frontier. The aviation phase has started and will last approximately 30 minutes. Please do not unfasten your safety belts, said a voice over the intercom. As he watched the ground recede through the cabin window, Zhang Beihai's thoughts turned to the past. During training to become a carrier captain, he had completed naval aviation pilot training and had passed the Level 3 fighter pilot exam. On his first solo trip, he had watched Earth recede like this, and suddenly discovered that he loved the sky even more deeply than the ocean. Now, his longing was for the space beyond the sky. He was a man destined to fly high and fly far. Not much different from civil aviation, you think? He turned to see the speaker sitting in the next seat, and recognized him at last. You must be Dr. Ding Yi. I've been wanting to meet you. But it's going to get rough in just a little bit, the man said, ignoring Zhang Beihai's salutation. He went on. The first time, I didn't take off my glasses after the aviation phase, and they crushed my nose with the weight of a brick. The second time I took them off, but then they flew off after gravity went away. It wasn't easy for the guy to find them for me in the air filter in the plane's tail. I thought you went up on the space shuttle the first time. On TV, that didn't look like a very nice trip, Zhang Beihai said with a grin. Oh, I'm talking about taking the spaceplane. If we count the shuttle, then this is my 4th time. On the shuttle, they took away my glasses before takeoff.
Why are you going to the station this time? You've just been put in charge of a controlled fusion project. The third branch, isn't it?
4 branches had been set up for the controlled fusion project, each pursuing a different direction of research. Restrained by the safety belt, Ding Yi lifted a hand to point at Zhang Beihai. You study controlled fusion and you can't go to space? You sound the same as those guys. The ultimate goal of our research is spaceship engines, and the real power held by the aerospace industry today remains to a large degree in the hands of the people who used to make chemical rocket engines. They're saying now that we're just supposed to devote ourselves to controlled fusion on the ground, and that we basically have no say in the general plan of the space fleet.
Dr. Ding, your views are identical to mine.
Zhang Beihai loosened his safety belt and leaned over.
For a space fleet, space travel is an entirely different concept from chemical rocketry. Even the space elevator is different from today's aerospace techniques. But right now, the aerospace industry of the past still holds too much power. Its people are ideologically ossified and legalistic, and if things continue, there will be all kinds of trouble.
There's nothing to be done. At least they've managed to come up with this in the course of 5 years. He pointed around him. And this gives them the capital to squeeze out outsiders.
The cabin intercom started up. Please take care. We are approaching an altitude of 20,000 meters. Due to the thin atmosphere we will now be flying through, there may be sharp drops in altitude that will produce momentary weightlessness. Please do not panic. Again, please keep your safety belts fastened.
Ding Yi said, But our trip to the station this time is unrelated to the controlled fusion project. It's to recover those cosmic ray catchers. That's some expensive stuff.
The space-based high-energy physics research project has been stopped? Asked Zhang Beihai, retightening his safety belt.
It's stopped. Knowing that there's no need to waste effort in the future counts as a kind of success.
The Sophons won.
That's right. So humanity only has a few reserves of theory remaining. Classical physics, quantum mechanics, and a still embryonic string theory. How far their applications can be pushed is up to fate.
High Frontier continued to climb, its aviation engines rumbling under the strain, as if it were struggling up a tall mountain. But there were no sudden drops. The space plane was now approaching 30,000 meters, the limit of aviation. Looking out, Zhang Beihai saw that the blue of the sky was fading as it got dark, even though the sun became even more dazzling.
Our current flight altitude is 31,000 meters. The aviation phase is complete, and the spaceflight phase is about to begin. Please adjust your seats according to the illustration on screen to minimize the discomfort of hypergravitation.
Then Zhang Beihai felt the plane rise gently, as if it had discarded a burden.
Aircraft engine assembly separated. Aerospace engine ignition countdown. 10, 9, 8. For them, this is the real launch. Enjoy, Ding Yi said, and closed his eyes.
When the countdown reached 0, there was a huge roar, as if the entire sky outside was shouting, and then hypergravity came like a giant, slowly tightening fist. With effort, Zhang Beihai twisted his head to look out the window. He was unable to see the flames spurting from the engine, but a wide swath of the rarefied air of the sky outside was painted red, as if High Frontier was floating through a sunset. 5 minutes later, the boosters detached, and after another 5 minutes of acceleration, the main engine cut off. High Frontier had entered orbit. The giant hand of hypergravity suddenly let go, and Zhang Beihai's body bounced back from the depths of his seat. Although the restraint of his safety belt kept him from floating away, to his senses, he and the High Frontier
were no longer parts of the same whole. The gravity that had once bonded them together was gone, and he and the plane were now flying in parallel paths through space. Out the window were the brightest stars he had ever seen in his life. Later, when the spaceplane adjusted its attitude, the sun streamed in through the windows, and myriad points of light danced in its beams. Dust particles that had weightlessly taken to the air. As the plane gradually rotated, he saw the Earth. From this low orbital position, he couldn't see the entire sphere, only the arc of the horizon, but he could clearly make out the shapes of the continents. Then the star field, that long-awaited sight, finally came into view, and he said in his heart, "Dad, I've taken the first step." For 5 years, General Fitzroy had felt like a wall facer in the actual sense of the word, in that the wall he faced was the big screen with the image of the stars between Earth and Trisolaris. At first glance it was entirely black, but closer inspection of the screen revealed points of starlight. He had grown so well acquainted with those stars that when he had attempted to sketch their position on a piece of paper at a dull meeting the previous day, and compared it to the actual photo afterward, he was basically correct. The 3 stars of Trisolaris, lying inconspicuously at the center, looked like a single star in the standard view, but every time he magnified them, he found that their positions had changed. This chaotic cosmic dance so fascinated him that he forgot what he was looking for in the first place. The brush that had been observed 5 years ago had gradually faded away, and no second brush had appeared. The Trisolaran fleet left a visible wake only when it passed through interstellar dust clouds. Earth's astronomers had verified through observations of the absorption of background starlight that during the fleet's 4-century-long voyage through space, it would pass through 5 of them. People dubbed these snow patches after the way that passers-by left tracks on snowy ground. If the Trisolaran fleet had maintained a constant acceleration over the past 5 years, it would pass the second snow patch today. Fitzroy arrived at the Hubble 2 Space Telescope Control Center early. Ringier laughed when he saw him. "General, why do you remind me of a child who wants another present so soon after Christmas?" "Didn't you say that they would cross the snow patch today?" "That's right, but the Trisolaran fleet has only traveled 0.22 light-years, so it's still 4 light-years away. Light reflected from its passage through the snow won't reach Earth for another 4 years. "Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about that," Fitzroy said with an embarrassed shake of his head. "I really wanted to see them again. This time, we'll be able to measure their speed and acceleration at the time of passage, and that's very important." "I'm sorry. We're outside the light cone." "What's that?" "It's what physicists call the cone shape that light describes as it emanates along the time axis. It's impossible for people outside the cone to comprehend events taking place inside the cone. Think about it. Information about who knows how many major events in the universe is flying toward us right now at the speed of light. Some of it has been traveling for hundreds of millions of years, but we're still outside the light cones of those events. Fate lies within the light cone. Ringier considered this, then gave him an appreciative nod. "General, that's an excellent analogy. But Sophons outside the light cone can see events on the inside." "So the Sophons have changed fate," Fitzroy said with feeling, and turned back to an image processing terminal. 5 years before, the young engineer Harris had started to cry at the sight of the brush, and afterward had suffered from depression so severe that he became practically useless at his job and was let go. No one knew where he had ended up. Fortunately, there weren't many people like him. Temperatures were cooling rapidly these days, and it had started to snow. causing the green to gradually disappear from the surrounding area and a thin layer of ice to freeze on the surface of the lake. Nature lost its bright coloring, like a color photograph turned black and white. Warm weather here had always been short-lived, but to Luoji, the Garden of Eden felt like it had lost its aura since the departure of his wife and child. Winter was a season for thinking. When Luoji began to think, he was surprised to find that his thoughts were already in progress. He remembered back to middle school and a lesson a teacher had taught him for language arts exams. First, take a look at the final essay question. Then start the exam from the top, so that as you work on the exam, your subconscious will be thinking over the essay question, like a background process in a computer. Now he knew that from the moment he became a wall facer, his thinking had started up and had never stopped. The entire process was subconscious, and he had never been aware of it. He quickly retraced the steps his thoughts had already completed. He was now certain that everything about his current situation stemmed from his chance encounter with Ye Wenjie 9 years ago. Afterward, he had never spoken of the meeting with anyone for fear of causing unnecessary trouble for himself. But with Ye Wenjie gone, the meeting was a secret known only to him and Tri-Solaris. In those days, only 2 Sophons had reached Earth, but he could be certain that on that evening they had been there by Yang Dong's grave, listening to their every word. And the fluctuation in their quantum formation that instantly crossed the space of 4 light-years meant that Tri-Solaris had also been listening. But what had Ye Wenjie said? Secretary General Sei had been wrong about one thing. Luoji's never-begun research into cosmic sociology was, quite likely, the immediate reason why Tri-Solaris wanted to kill him. Of course, Sei didn't know that the project had been Ye Wenjie's suggestion, and although had just seemed to Luoji like an excellent opportunity to make scholarship entertaining, he had been looking for just such an opportunity. Prior to the Tri-Solar Crisis, the study of alien civilization was indeed a sensational project that would have garnered easy media attention. The aborted research project wasn't important in and of itself. What mattered was the instruction that Ye Wenjie had given him. So that's where Luoji's mind was stuck. Over and over again, he recalled her words. Suppose a vast number of civilizations are distributed throughout the universe, on the order of the number of detectable stars. Lots and lots of them. The mathematical structure of cosmic sociology is far clearer than that of human sociology. The factors of chaos and randomness in the complex makeups of every civilized society in the universe get filtered out by the immense distance, so those civilizations can act as reference points that are relatively easy to manipulate mathematically. First, survival is the primary need of civilization. Second, civilization continuously grows and expands, but the total matter in the universe remains constant. One more thing. To derive a basic picture of cosmic sociology from these 2 axioms, you need 2 other important concepts: chains of suspicion and the technological explosion. I'm afraid there won't be that opportunity. Well, you might as well just forget I said anything. Either way, I've fulfilled my duty. He had returned countless times to these words, analyzing each sentence from every angle and chewing over every word. The component words had been strung into a set of prayer beads, and like a pious monk, he stroked them time and again, and unstrung them, scattered them, and restrung them in different orders until a layer of each had been worn away. Try as he might, he couldn't extract the clue from those words, the clue that made him the only person that Trisolaris wanted to destroy. During his lengthy contemplation, he strolled aimlessly. He walked along the desolate lakeside, walked through the wind as it grew ever colder, oftentimes completing a circuit of the lake unawares. Twice, he even walked to the foot of the snow peak, where the patch of exposed rock that looked like a moonscape was blanketed with snow, becoming one with the snow cap ahead of him. Only then did his mood leave the track of his thoughts, Zhuang Yan's eyes appearing before his own in the boundless blank white of the natural painting. But he was now able to keep his mood in check and continue turning himself into a thinking machine. A month went by without him knowing it, and then winter came in full force. But he still conducted his lengthy thought process outside, sharpening his mind on the cold. By this time, most of the prayer beads had been worn faint, except for 21 of them. These ones seemed only to get newer the more he polished them, and now emitted a faint light. Survival is the primary need of civilization. Civilization continuously grows and expands, but the total matter in the universe remains constant. He fixated on these two sentences, the axioms Ye Wenjie had proposed for cosmic civilization. Although he did not know their ultimate secret, his long meditation told him that the answer lay within them. But it was too simple a clue. What could he and the human race gain from two self-evident rules? Don't dismiss simplicity. Simple means solid. The entire mansion of mathematics was erected on a foundation of this kind of irreducibly simple, yet logically rock-solid axiom. With this in mind, he looked around him. All that surrounded him was huddled up against the icy cold of winter, but most of the world still teemed with life. It was a living world brimming with a complex profusion of oceans, land, and sky as vast as the foggy sea. But all of it ran according to a rule even simpler than the axioms of cosmic civilization. Survival of the fittest. Luoji now saw his problem. Where Darwin had taken the boundless living world and made a rule to sum it up, Luoji had to use the rules he knew to uncover a picture of cosmic civilization. It was the opposite road to Darwin's, but a more difficult one. So he began sleeping in the daytime and thinking at night. Whenever the perils of his mental roadway terrified him, he found comfort in the stars overhead. Like Ye Wenjie had said, the distance hid the complex structure of each star, making them just a collection of points in space with a clear mathematical configuration. It was a thinker's paradise, his paradise. To Luoji, at least, it felt like the world in front of him was far clearer and more concise than Darwin's. But this simple world held a perplexing riddle. The entire galaxy was a vast empty desert, but a highly intelligent civilization had appeared on the star nearest to us. In this mystery, his thoughts found an entry point. Gradually, the two concepts Ye Wenjie had left unexplained came into focus: chains of suspicion and the technology explosion. The weather that day was colder than usual, and from Luoji's vantage point on the lakeshore, the cold seemed to make the stars into an even purer silver lattice against the black sky, solemnly displaying for him their clear mathematical configuration. All of a sudden, he found himself in a state that was entirely new. In his perception, the entire universe froze, all motion stopped, and everything from stars down to atoms entered a state of rest, with the stars just countless, cold, dimensionless points reflecting the cold light of an outside world. Everything was at rest, waiting for his final awakening. The distant bark of a dog brought him back to reality. Probably a service canine belonging to the security forces. Luoji was beside himself with excitement. Although he hadn't actually glimpsed that final mystery, he had clearly felt its presence just now. He collected his thoughts and tried to re-enter that state, but was unsuccessful. Though the stars remained the same, the world around him interfered with his thinking. All was shrouded in darkness, but he could make out the distant snowcap, the lakeside forest and grassland, and the house behind him. And through the house's half-open door, he could see the dark glow of the fire. Next to the simple clarity of the stars, everything in the vicinity represented a complexity and chaos that mathematics would be forever unable to grasp, so he attempted to remove them from his perception. He walked out onto the frozen lake, cautiously at first, but when he found that the icy surface seemed solid, he walked and slid ahead more quickly, until he reached a point where he could no longer make out the lakeshore through the night around him. Now he was surrounded on all sides by smooth ice. This distanced him somewhat from earthly complexity and chaos, and by imagining that the icy plain extended infinitely in every direction, he obtained a simple, flat world. A cold, plainer mental platform. Cares vanished, and soon his perception re-entered that state of rest, where the stars were waiting for him. Then, with a crunch, the ice beneath Luoji's feet broke, and his body plunged straight into the water. At the precise instant the icy water covered Luoji's head, he saw the stillness of the stars shatter. The starfield curled up into a vortex and scattered into turbulent, chaotic waves of silver. The biting cold, like crystal lightning, shot into the fog of his consciousness, illuminating everything. He continued to sink. The turbulent stars overhead shrank into a fuzzy halo at the break in the ice above his head, leaving nothing but cold and inky blackness surrounding him, as if he wasn't sinking into ice water, but had jumped into the blackness of space. In the dead, lonely, cold blackness, he saw the truth of the universe. He surfaced quickly. His head surged out of the water, and he spat out a mouthful. He tried crawling onto the ice at the edge of the hole, but could only bring his body up halfway before the ice collapsed again. He crawled and collapsed, forging a path through the ice, but progress was slow, and his stamina began to give out from the cold. He didn't know whether the security team would notice anything unusual on the lake before he drowned or froze to death. Stripping off his soaked-down jacket to lessen the burden on his movement, he had the idea that if he spread out the jacket on the ice, it might distribute the pressure and allow him to crawl onto it. He did so, and then, with just enough energy left for one last attempt, he used every last ounce of strength to crawl onto the down jacket at the edge of the ice. This time the ice didn't collapse, and at last his entire body was lying on top of it. He crept carefully ahead, daring to stand up only after putting a fair distance between him and the hole. Then he saw flashlights waving on the shore and heard shouts. He stood on the ice, his teeth chattering in the cold, a cold that seemed to come not from the lake water or icy wind, but from a direct transmission from outer space. He kept his head down, knowing that from this moment on, the stars were not like they once were. He didn't dare look up. As Ray Diaz feared the sun, Luoji had acquired a severe phobia of the stars. He bowed his head, and through chattering teeth said to himself, "Wallfacer Luoji, I am your wall-breaker." "Your hair's turned white over the years," Luoji said to Kent. "For many years to come, at least. It's not going to get any whiter," Kent said, laughing. In Luoji's presence, he had always worn a courteous, studied face. This was the first time Luoji had seen him with such a sincere smile. In his eyes, he saw the words that remained unspoken. "You've finally begun to work." "I need someplace safer," he said. "Not a problem, Dr. Luo. Any particular requests?" "Nothing apart from safety. It must be absolutely secure." "Doctor, an absolutely safe place does not exist, but we can come very close. I'll have to warn you, though, these places are always underground, and as for comfort, disregard comfort. However, it'd be best if it's in China." "Not a problem. I'll take care of it immediately." When Kent was about to leave, Luoji stopped him. Pointing out the window at the Garden of Eden, which was now completely blanketed in snow, he said, "Can you tell me the name of this place? I'm going to miss it."